frame in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Actually, not terrible.
Caleb has a lightsaber, apparently. So does Lenny. Oh, it's gone. That was so cool.
Doesn't look bad.
Hi, everyone.
All right. So to recap, last session, almost a month ago at this point,
turn this
we started at day 6 after having, let's call it parlayed with old Warkelnaw, the Force Giant.
Oh, yeah. He was one of the few individuals willing to communicate with us.
After a little bit of convincing, yes. And but he was gone. He had left you, presumably to climb into the mountains. You guys spent the day traveling back to Drellin's Ferry, and you discussed at length how you might convince the council to call a meeting and discuss sort of what to do about the impending invasion. Redrick, you spoke to Delora. At the end of the day, you found her at her cabin on the edge of town, and you learned that they might be an ally, and not much more than that. You did, I think, find out a little bit about maybe what her past might be, if I recall correctly.
She was part of the mercenary group.
Right.
That has a good reputation in the Vale.
They do, and you had heard of them before. The next day, there was also an awful lot of discussion and consideration about how you might move to convince some of the townsfolk, to coerce them, let's say, a little bit.
That's a generous way to put it.
There was a little bit of casing the joint, a little bit of intimidation discussion. All kinds of things were happening. But you found that sort of in interrupting some of your plans was a attack on the town by sort of an advanced party of the hobgoblins. They attacked on both sides of the Elseer. Many of the forces attacking Captain Sarana and her team on the west bank of the Elseer, where they were repelled, but a smaller force coming on the east bank in an effort to destroy or perhaps gain control of the ferry system. You interrupted, and in the process were joined by an outsider who lent their hand in repelling some of the hobgoblin invaders. The hobgoblins were defeated. Your new ally was not downed, and neither was the overseer of the ferry. And we ended our session as you tried to make sense of what was happening, who this new addition to the team was, and also discovering that perhaps there was evidence that there may have been one or more hobgoblins that may have been on the east side in town and escaped. And I believe that is where we ended last time we played. So currently you all will be standing at the banks of the Elseer, sort of collecting your breath after an encounter with these hobgoblins.
So I have brought the guy back then.
Well, before we get to that, I do want to ask about hero points.
Yes,
do we have any nominations? It has been some time, so...
I do. Kevin getting his revenge on the hobgoblins and doing like 300 damage with one fireball.
Yeah.
That was insane.
That's pretty...
I think that's very fair. I think that's very fair.
I hit like one guy, so I don't really have the hard case.
The only alternative that I would say, it's my first time here, or my second time here. It was my first session, so I don't know if this is always how things go. but I would be willing to offer it to Stefan's character Redrick for really just continuing to do his best to do good in the face of three guys just being like, what if we just kill the council instead?
I think that's actually pretty fair. There was some pretty good
Two ends
contention.
to the
I'd
coin. Yeah.
even build more for his case of the fact that his ram got absolutely pummeled during the fight. Kept going though.
I just
Down
put
low.
him in a safe spot.
Well, I think this session we'll assign two. We'll assign one to each of you, an extra one to each of you. Obviously, you all start with one. Don't forget that. But I think it's been a little while, so I don't mind giving two out for this session.
God, so we just don't play for a year. We just all get back to
Value?
I guess. Great on a session per session basis, but
All right, so like I said, you guys are on the banks of the Elsier. I believe you already witnessed the town guard alongside Serana repelling and destroying any hobgoblins that remained on the west side, on the forest side of the town. And you guys kind of have caught your breath. You found that body with an arrow in it, the one that you had knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
What would you all like to do? I'll turn it to you for now.
Alright, so I'll point at this guy got shot while he was down, so there's gotta be more that we didn't kill in this last fight. We should move now before they get away.
and we should get this guy inside where he's not going to be vulnerable to another arrow. Is it just start checking rooftops?
But don't we want them dead?
Yeah.
We do. What?
Alright,
We
anyway.
do. But
Hold on.
It's infectious.
damn it.
That was always my goal with Thurin too. I know I'm doing it well if you start doing it with me.
We do, but this one we want to talk to. Get some info.
Well, somebody can figure that out. I'm gonna try and follow wherever this stray went.
Cool. Which one's the guardhouse? Is there here?
Yes, the largest building.
I'll start dragging.
I'm just gonna point at
I think I had messaged over to Serana on the other shore.
Mhm.
I think that was just they had a few wounded, but were otherwise okay, and fended off another attack over there.
Yes, she indicated that there were there appeared to be some casualties, but nothing lethal, and that they had basically succeeded in their defense.
I will point to Davy and say, "You coming or staying?"
No, I'll go with.
All right. So I'll
Does this happen often?
so seeing
They're complicated people, these Southerners.
So seeing this arrow, because I have bounty hunter, I can hunt prey to designate a creature that I've heard about or learned about through other means, which I would consider an arrow in the body of a guy who is on the ground.
Well, especially because you
hobgoblin.
recognize the make of the
Yes.
arrow. Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I will attempt to. Well, first of all, I'll use the action to hunt him. Use the hunt prey action. And I'm going to try and track down this guy. In addition to the other benefits of hunt prey, I'll gain a +2 circumstance bonus to checks to gather information regarding my prey. Which I'm assuming, well, I don't know actually. Would gather information in this case be part of trying to track them down?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's sort of a catch-all to do things like gathering like a specific piece of information, but also like maybe looking for a location or a trail or something.
Can I aid him on this check? I'd like to aid him with medicine. I'm going to see what the angle the arrow looks like it entered into the goblin, and based on that extrapolate where the arrow was fired from.
Oh, Yeah. Okay. Before you roll. No.
Or it could be something else besides that. But that's what
No.
that's how I want to do it.
I'll save you some time. It was fired from a bow.
I think that's great. Go ahead and roll your medicine check, and we'll.
My favorite roll 4 is a 13.
Okay. You. So you discern actually a decent amount about sort of how this thing was attacked. However, it's not helpful
Right.
because you determine that the arrow was fired point blank,
What?
directly from above.
So it was, well, which likely means it was on top of the guardhouse. Because we found his body nearby the guardhouse, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's possible that the goblin's still up there or around, but more likely that it's not going to give you a good indication of which direction it was in or where it went.
No, that's it. It's good information. Though.
I shall attempt to track it.
Okay. So why don't you give me a gather information check first? So a what is that?
This would be survival.
I think in this case, I think it's probably survival for this because
Okay.
you're looking for a trail.
Yep. So
Yeah.
in addition to that +2 from Bounty Hunter, my hunted prey, I have a +2 circumstance bonus to survival checks when I'm trying to track them.
Yeah, perfect.
If this counts as also trying to track them. And gather information versus track are not two different things.
Well, they're both a survival check in this case, so
Yeah.
we'll say this is
Additive.
yeah, that's fine by me.
Nice.
We're tracking. It's green because
Green
Sure.
for nature.
Because that's where.
That is what nature looks like.
But
That
we're
would
on
be-
probably like paths, so the paths might not be green. So roll the black one instead.
no, it's okay. 23.
Yeah, so you pretty quickly find a path, the footprints of of what could only have been a goblin or similar. You at this point are pretty familiar with either the footprints or the sort of goblin make boots that the soldiers wear. I mean, you've seen plenty of these at this point.
Yeah.
And so you spot them fairly quickly on the north end of this building, this guardhouse building, and you track them down. If you follow them, you can see they pretty much immediately go north and closer to the riverbank.
Okay. I will definitely just continue following them.
Okay. Well, there isn't. They basically go in a straight line.
Okay.
They go straight north until they encounter the small pond at the northeast end of Drellin's Ferry. There's like an inlet that goes into or an outlet that goes to the river.
Yep.
From there you can see it crosses across that little outlet and then ends at the bank of the Elsier. And here I'd like a perception check from you.
It's a big river.
You know what else is great?
It's been very long.
You gain a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks when you seek your prey.
Ah,
Am I
okay.
seeking him?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a seek roll.
Do you think it's green because I'm seeking him, or eyes are closer
Well,
to the
it's
color?
blue,
This is
so-
close to blue.
I mean, I think
Oh,
it's
that's
a
your
nerd
character.
back.
I've deserved this. I think
Hero point?
I'm gonna hero point it.
Okay.
Do I think that it's a decadent use of hero point? Absolutely.
Sometimes you gotta be
You gotta
decadent.
find your prey.
And I sure will.
Yes.
This is perception.
It is.
Alright. That will be a 26.
Wow. Okay.
We went from a nat 1 to a 26, so we take that up.
Can use hero points early and often.
Yeah.
Especially when you're running with a split party to follow this guy, unless everyone's coming.
Well,
but I didn't think so.
I'm dropping the
Select
guy off
the
here
guy.
and then trying to catch up on
Yeah.
Valru.
I at this point am very lazily following you.
Okay, I would say I went with those guys.
I don't really have anything else to do, and I'm like,
What's happening this way?
Yeah, you
as all this flurry is going on, I'm just like, I don't really know why there's a bunch of hobgoblins. I don't know why you guys were trying to interrogate one, but I haven't seen you in a really long time, so I guess I'll just tag along until we're able to chat. But you
Yeah.
seem really busy.
And you're
helping
like, I
guys.
just
Yeah.
got here, and I guess I'm going elsewhere.
correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems, Rex, like you would have basically just taken off.
Yes.
Yeah, you're just like, I found it, let's go. You know, and you're off.
I turned to look for 1 second at Davian. I was like, "You coming?" And then I was just gone.
I imagine that I'm like kind of jogging by you, and we're like kind of catching up as all this is happening, and you're like, 1 second, investigate this.
Yeah.
guy. Okay, and then we're like, yeah, but like how'd you get down here?
So you see, you basically scan the river and the opposite bank, and you pretty much immediately see a hobgoblin, bow strung over its back,
Yeah.
swimming at the very edge of the opposite bank, the west bank.
He's almost there.
He's almost there. Yeah.
How wide's the river again?
Maybe 400 feet.
I could hit him with my bow. If I had my damn bow with me, but it's with the wizard.
Oh no.
It's a little fun. If I had prepared a second fireball today, I could deal with this.
If I was there, I could shout angrily at him.
Maybe even shake your fist.
Maybe both.
Think about
That's
what
allowed
you've
in the
done,
rules,
you
I'm not
know,
sure.
what
Really
you're
awkward thing about being a water kineticist, I'm really medium at swimming.
That is pretty awkward. That's some like monkey
A
D.
lot
Luffy
of the
shit.
kineticist stuff is not super long range that I can do, so he's over there.
Yep. I'll just stand there. This is why I don't. Just don't leave the bow. It's quite simple. Just kick rocks.
Okay, fair enough.
Until anybody and everybody catches up, and I can just point. Well, there he is.
Yes, just after him, be sitting ducks in the water as he shoots arrows at you.
Yeah.
How far from the main chunk on the west bank is this? Like where we left Serana.
Oh, not horribly far. Maybe 100 yards, football field away.
Oh.
It's not in line of sight though, because there was a bunch of buildings between where he came up on the bank. Clearly, he did this on purpose, and where they are set up in defense.
Okay, I'm going to sprint back to within range for my message spell,
Yeah.
and send a message over to Serana, and basically indicate that there was one more from this shore that just swam across,
Swimming.
100 yards to the north of your position.
Well, you see her waste no time. She like sort of pauses, clearly like listening, and then begins barking orders. And you can see she actually sends one of her lieutenants, somebody you've seen before in the guard post, like often sticks right by her side. One of the, it's hard to tell, but I mean, I think maybe Davian and Redrick, you've seen enough experienced soldiers to kind of tell the difference. Like, this is not the normal town guard. Like, this is one of her more
Trained.
This
trained.
is a soldier.
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
Not a good.
She sends one of her two lieutenants and then one of the town guard immediately, and they start sprinting in the direction you indicate.
I will hustle with that sprint back to the group to the north at that point.
They don't have horses over there, do they?
Maybe.
What's that?
They don't have horses or anything on that side of the river.
It does not seem like they're keeping any mounts, and if they do, I think it might make sense that they have like 2 or 3,
Sure.
but probably for Serana and her lieutenants if necessary, or for providing warning to like outlying areas, but I think they would be right at the bank by the ferry, sort of not an easy access. Especially, they would want to keep them away from
Being killed.
the combat. I don't think they have any like trained combat mounts in
These guys really,
John's Ferry.
these enemies really love to target your mounts. So
You're said like double digit HP.
it's a good thing.
It's really helpful.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Page for the hospital.
Never heard that sound coming
It's
from.
like metronome.
yeah, I chose it specifically because it's impossible to miss. Okay, so I think Rex, you would probably quite quickly pick up on the movement from where you were standing on the bank, and you would see the lieutenant and town guard approach the area where the hobgoblin drew itself onto the bank, and then the lieutenant quite quickly finding the tracks left in the wet soil at the edge of the river and following them up and then out of sight. And it's not long before you, probably only 5 or 10 minutes before you see them come right back, dragging a corpse.
Let's go. Alright, problem solved.
Message OP. Hey, go kill that guy. Thanks.
And I guess since Davian would already have sprinted, start walking back with the two northerners to rejoin Redrick. We know. So you know this guy then?
As well as I know anyone. Almost as well as I know myself.
Okay.
He says that with very ironic. You can trust Tor. As much as you can trust me.
Well, I suppose that is a perspective.
I'm Thor.
Yeah, I'm Rex.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I think
you,
based on what happened there, nice to meet you.
do you usually kill hobgoblins?
These
Is
days,
that your job or hobby?
yeah, both. At this point,
Something of a fad these days.
it's
May-
not really
Maybe
hard.
I should join.
You're welcome to.
Kill the hobgoblins. Is it? I guess it was pretty fun, except the one you told me not to kill, and then he was dead anyway.
Yeah, that happens sometimes with the
Old age.
the stout, angry dude. That'll happen. Sometimes they'll tell you not to kill somebody. And trust me, from experience, don't kill that person if he asks. It's a real pain in the ass afterwards to resolve.
You mean Frederick?
Yep.
Yeah, I know. He told me not to kill many people. Pretty good.
Oh, you know him.
Not to kill.
Yeah,
many
good.
people.
Good. He helped me to get my head straight.
You sure?
Yes, he has lots of. Redrick has lots of people that follow him and listen to him. Is that not what you all do?
No.
Accurate.
I do fight beside him
Who do you
often.
listen to?
That kind of depends on the situation. Davian usually has some pretty good ideas.
Who's just
I will give credit to Runar. He's had some good ideas of late too. Usually not Redrick, if I'm being honest.
It's more of the execution man. Less the ideas man.
I'm the
Who,
execution man.
Redrick? Yeah, he's definitely less the ideas man. I'm gonna have to agree with that.
He said that very ironically, the execution man.
Well,
I mean, Just leave it at that.
That's funny because he talks funny.
Yeah, it's very interesting being in a new place. When you speak 6 languages, the accents start to blur together.
Everyone talks pretty funny down here.
Yeah.
Man, just have good sense.
It's also very warm. You see me still like bundled in a like decent amount of fur over leather armor.
And like as if it's going to get cold suddenly.
Yeah, just like this is what I wear.
Well, you're an air and water bender, so you can pretty much just put air conditioning or whatever armor you're
I
wearing.
can and certainly do.
I will remind you, it is a rather hot summer, even for the Vale. So it's warm.
As you step around me, you do notice it's way more temperate.
Reminds me of home and not this miserable swamp land.
I carry a bit of home with me everywhere I go.
That's
Just a
sweet.
pocket of dirt.
Just like the scalp of someone.
Terra! Walked Gone with the Wind for the first time like a month ago.
Well, so as you discuss amongst yourselves, you would quite quickly notice that the ferry starts running, and it looks like Serana and
Don't let it get away.
one of her lieutenants does return. The brunt of the town guard forces do stay on the west side. And after the several minutes that it takes to cross the river, I think Serana would seek all of you out, and sort of.
We probably reconvene like at the guardhouse then, because that's where Redrick was taking the living hog.
Bodies.
Prisoner.
The prisoner.
Oh.
And the
He
bodies.
survived.
He did.
So you would, you would see her approach with her lieutenant. She looks pretty much untouched, apart from perhaps a little bit of dust and dirt. Her lieutenant is splattered with blood, and looks like he sustained at least 1 or 2 injuries himself. For the record, this is not the same lieutenant that you saw go hunt down that hobgoblin.
First lieutenant stayed on the other side.
That's right.
Second lieutenant can come back.
You'll notice Serana sort of examining all the bodies between the ferry landing and the guard post, and sort of evaluating what she sees. And the first thing she says when she approaches you at the front of the guardhouse is just, "Are you all well?"
It didn't touch me.
Yes, and you?
Yes, our guard fought well.
I think I
Some injuries and nothing more.
or had an arrow in me at some point. I don't remember exactly when I took the damage, but I'm not at full health. I like to imagine I keep getting shot with 1 arrow just in the same spot repeatedly.
Philip's a good scar tissue.
I mean,
Come on!
on 10-minute intervals, I'll be going playing medic to everyone.
So even if you were injured at this point, you guys would have been
Yeah.
Full health.
better health.
Deal.
Serana asks for basically
I lied, I'm fine.
You'd be like
explanation for what
"Oh,
happened, on this side, and what you faced, and she obviously quite clearly saw the bodies, but she wants your guys' sort of take.
How many were there total? 4 dogs.
4 dogs,
4
6
dudes.
6 archers.
6 more dudes. Plus
And a
1
hellhound.
So 15?
Yeah.
Oh, 1 hellhound?
There were 4 wargs.
Ah.
1
so
hellhound.
16.
Okay.
With the 16th being back crossover.
We had some rather experienced combatants on the west side. Normal hobgoblin forces, but also some powerful swordsmen, and even one, perhaps a cleric, or I'm not sure if I'm honest,
I
but
believe we observed some spellcasting from our side. We didn't have any of that over here.
We observed it happening on the other side.
Yes.
I was like, I don't think anybody else.
The wishful guessing was
All grunts over here.
yeah.
And you can see actually that the next ferry coming back, you can see what look like the wounded are coming back across. Do you need anything from me? I'm going to speak to Whiston immediately.
I don't think initially. So when I brought before all this happened, before she got back across, I brought the hobgoblin to the guardhouse. Was there a cell available? Are there cells?
She just nods at her lieutenant, who stoops and grabs the body and brings it into the guardhouse. After he's out of earshot, she says, I will do my best to use this as a happy accident to convince a convening of the town council. I can't promise you it'll work, but I think Whiston will at least listen to me. I'll tell him about all of the blood spilled and the gory details, and hopefully that's enough.
This was just a testing party.
I think so too.
Only the bravest and most impatient of them.
Did you have any truly formidable foes, or were they rank and file soldiers?
Just rank style.
Disciplined, not particularly effective.
One hellhound. They were clearly sent with the objective of taking over the ferry controls, though.
They were probably not expecting defenses here. We are lucky you were here when you were.
It's really fortunate we did not have any other plans to be on the other side of the river with any potential town council members.
They
Certainly.
swam across.
He'll wait. We're gonna wait.
I'm not saying that. I just
Picked a good night to sleep under the stars too.
Who is your colleague? I don't recognize them.
He's new and old at the same time.
I'm Thor.
Completely new to me.
She grasps your hand with not cruel but very firm hand, and thanks you for your help.
This is not common then.
Before a week or two ago, no, but recently it's become all too common.
It's a softer place down here.
Are you staying in town?
I guess I came in the same time the others did. I'm just the only one left alive.
He also helped us kill the hobgoblins.
Well, I will make sure Kellen extends his hospitality.
Thank you.
I will need to speak to Whiston. If you need anything, you know where to find me. And she leaves.
I don't know where to find.
Oh,
You all know where to
Yes.
find?
just point to the
The big stone edifice, like within reaching distance of you.
As she turns to leave, can I just call out? Sora, would it be all right if we had access to interrogate our captive here, and even perhaps pay some council have him help us pay some council members a visit?
So she'll stop you when you start talking, and she'll motion for you to follow her, like walk with me.
All right.
But continue.
I'll say all that walking with you.
Yeah.
Then. I can wait until you've done your best to convince the council members. But
I mean, I'll tell my lieutenant to give you free access, of course, to the prisoner. I can't promise more than that.
that's fine. Appreciate it.
Bless you.
You don't intend to let it live.
Not a long term, no.
Then I have no qualms.
Then afterwards, I think to myself, well, assuming that it doesn't have a change of heart, that probably won't happen, right? But
Well, it's the long term.
we'll cross that bridge when we get
the
to it.
prodigal goblin.
Yeah, we'll pull that Did she say where she's going?
To Whiston's, yeah.
So good luck with Whiston then.
I think it'll be okay. I'll send word if I make any progress, of course.
Of course. I'll head back.
How many craniums do we have over here? Do you reckon?
Enemy craniums?
Yes.
No.
Non-torched.
Yeah.
Was it 9? 10?
Uh,
10.
4 hop. Well,
There's
So it
6
was-
archers.
16 minus 5 dog creatures minus 5 that got insta-gibbed with the fireball, I think.
there were 6.
6 archers over there.
Yeah.
Right, but I don't think I
One
think
of
one
them
of them
survived.
survived the fireball.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So 6.
And was it 4 that came from here? or
Yes,
was it-
4 of each warg and hobgoblin, and then 1 hellhound, and then 6 archers.
Yep. And the one guy that swam away.
Yes.
I think I know where we ought to bring these carcasses.
That's on Pikes never go out of style.
It's a great idea. I'll join you guys in doing so in a bit, and I storm off in the direction of the wizard's tower.
It's frustrating.
I wouldn't expect it to find heads on pikes in a place like. When I look around at what I'm assuming looks like a pretty nice town.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apart from this last engagement, there have been no skirmishes in town, so there is no damage to town.
Where did you want to put these craniums?
Excuse me, Drethgar. He operates the ferry. Did he also have like a warehouse down here or something?
So he doesn't own any of the warehouses, but he does help facilitate loading and unloading between the warehouses and the
Cool.
ferry.
Can I assume there's like a rickshaw hand cart kind of thing we could use just to help move all these carcasses to where I'm imagining they're going?
Oh, I mean, if you ask him, he'll say, yeah, absolutely. You can find that stuff in the warehouses. There's gear for moving stuff in and out.
Cool. So I'm gonna borrow one from Eormel's warehouse.
You will have to break in.
Are there any?
That's fine.
Like
I
the
think
doors are
Hobgoblins
locked,
did it.
right?
Are
Like
there
they're.
any- Did I see any at the stables when I was there?
You might have seen, yeah, like a wheelbarrow.
Well, I don't know what you're doing, so you do you.
Hey, have you seen any wheelbarrows around?
Well, it sounds good.
Just some things we don't have to drag these all
Are
the way
you-
to Eormel's.
So you were thinking of opening your worlds.
Are we in
I was saying the same thing.
Are we in one group?
I assumed he came back after talking to Serrana.
I did. It was only a few seconds. I came back and talked back.
So yeah, I assume we're still back here in this
Yeah.
vicinity.
For sure. Except for.
Except me.
Yeah.
Rex went to go get his bow.
Yeah.
If I'm around and you say that you want to get into a warehouse to get something else, I can get us into a warehouse. I sort of glance at Bredrick and Runar, and if neither of you look like that's a bad idea, I'll just.
You
We-
better
I
shape
can
up. I
meet
might
up.
like your friend more than you. Let's go.
There's a wheelbarrow at the stables. We can grab that. It's right over there.
That would work too.
Right back.
Undeniably useful, Tor. He'll slap you, he'll like slap you. He'll try and like aim for your back. He's a little too tall, so like accidentally like smack
Yeah,
you
like
in the
kind of
back
like
the head.
it's
Yeah.
in the neck a little bit. Just like old times.
And I will use Felru to hasten my approach, and then trot back over with the wheelbarrow. So to me, it's not very far.
No, it's not. It's like literally across the street from that building.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to imagine feasibly how many corpses I think I could get into a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, it's probably not a
we should get the
ton.
cart
Those
too.
are small, right?
I think we can do all of the warg and like hellhound carcasses in the wheelbarrow, and then we'll break in and we'll
But
get
not
a
all
cart.
at once.
No, okay, so the wargs are big. Like
They're
they're
like wolf sized.
no,
bigger.
Oh, like the Lord of the Rings.
they're yes, that's
size?
what you should be thinking of. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah,
like bigger than person sized.
yeah. They weigh more
They
than
definitely
people.
weren't quite that big when I was imagining it.
They're about as big as you can get for a medium creature, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
9.5 by 9.5 feet.
They're just a square.
You round down. So that might not-
Weirdly square shaped dogs.
So you guys, I mean, you can get up to the warehouse very easily. There are big double doors, like barn doors, basically, that are chained shut with a padlock. It doesn't look to be a nice one. It looks pretty shoddy.
Yeah, as long as neither of these two are like against it, I'll just like as
You
we
know
walk
where
up,
you are.
I'll just be like, oh yeah, here.
Well, I walked away, so.
Yep.
Is there anyone
yeah.
around, Zach?
Oh no.
Okay, because it's really early morning. I would be looking to make sure the coast is clear, standing at a distance from them, and if I did see anyone, then I would send a message.
Okay, yeah, and like, it was very clear that something was happening.
Yeah.
The townsfolk were not interested in
Yeah.
poking around,
Right.
so.
As I start in trying to pick the lock, I'd say, do we are we allowed to use this thing, or do we just need it to gather up the wargs? Asking you, Davian. I'm already in there picking as you.
Ideally, something big enough to bring all of those corpses in 2 or fewer trips.
Try to pick it up.
Please.
29.
Oh man, I mean, it's
The lock explodes.
literally it's trivially easy. Like, it opens almost before you like rake
Oh, I didn't even think
the pins, you know, and it
I
pops
want to
open.
imagine I'm like asking the questions as I walk up, and then I just walked up and like, and
Oh,
it just looks like I had a key to it.
Oh, it was unlocked.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And
Padlock was just hanging there open.
so you pull the chain and open the doors, and you find like literally right in front of you there are goods in the warehouse. It looks like goods waiting to leave the city or the town that can't. There are 2 wheelbarrows, like sort of wide wheelbarrows. There is a cart clearly designed to be pulled by a horse, and there's like a cart that is has a wide sort of handlebar that 2 or 3 people could push and pull around. That's on like big cart wheels,
like
but
a
is like
rickshaw.
lower to the ground for ease of loading and unloading. That's probably what you're looking for, unless you want to pull a horse out here.
That is exactly what I was looking for.
Assuming a goat can pull it.
Yeah, probably.
If only we had one of those.
I would like to. I don't want to search through the warehouse, but I want to quick glance around and see if there's any. Do I notice anything that looks suspicious? At
Suspicious.
the warehouse, like any cargo that looks like it might be sort of contraband.
Roll me a perception. You're not doing like a full. Yeah, okay, perception.
Just 14.
Nothing looks out of the ordinary. Lots of dry goods, and maybe some what look like some tools, perhaps, and then some nondescript wooden boxes that you can't really tell what are in what's in them. Nothing looks odd or strange to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll help push the cart.
Yeah, we'll just extract that cart and then close the door.
Okay. So what's the plan, I guess? I mean, you have the gear now to move all these bodies fairly quickly. It'll take many fewer trips than dragging them by hand.
Yeah, I think we start with all the hobgoblin-sized corpses and deliver them to Yorngel's front door.
Ah,
I'm assuming the same thing.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you know what, guys? Littering's a crime. I can't
We-
do it.
We don't like Yormal. Or is he the town butcher?
That would be fair to say. He's been resistant to doing anything to help in the defense of the city, despite being one of its leading council members.
Oh, I just got here. I helped defend the city. I helped defend the city. I just got here. I felt like the council member would do more.
You know merchants are, Tor.
Ah, so this is his cart.
Yeah.
Huh.
Humor not lost on Tor.
This is going to take a little while, but you know, you have nobody in your way, and you have a couple people to help you. Are you schlepping all of the corpses, or
At least all the humanoid ones.
Okay.
And I guess as many of the warg ones as it takes until somebody notices.
yeah? Well,
I'm guessing no one complains about us cleaning up the word corpses from the town, though.
Probably.
yeah. I mean,
Normal minds.
certainly some of the locals would notice, but I don't think anyone would question you.
Do you want this left here? I can just leave this
Yeah.
here if you want.
Exactly. So I don't think anyone, and you sort of lucked out here, or I mean, I don't want to, you know, that makes it sound bad, but it benefits you that Yormel is sort of on the edge of town, you know, and so I don't think anyone else is going to
A little less
complain.
conspicuous, yeah.
Okay, so I think within 2 or 3 trips you could get everything, including the wargs.
Perfect.
And so I think the logical next thing would be Rex. You unsurprisingly find Sertierin in his manse, in his home, and at this point, like, do you even knock? Like, what is your approach here?
I kind of just like, as I open the door, I like knock as I open it, basically. Hey, Sertierin, you here? It's kind of a rhetorical question. More like, where are you?
You hear a tea kettle.
Yeah.
And you hear him say from the adjacent room, "Oh, yes, what is it?"
I walk into that room.
He's clearly making tea.
I join you.
Sure, you want a cup?
Sure.
What can I do for you?
I'll sit down wherever I could possibly sit down at this given time. If there's a chair, stool, what have you.
Oh, yeah. He has some medium-sized furniture. It's mostly sized for him, but he has a couple
It
medium-sized
doesn't even have
things.
to be close. It can be the small size. It's whatever the first thing I can find. And I sit down and
He serves you a cup of tea, and as he does so, he looks out. His house is on the cliffs on the north side of town, and he says, looking like out of his windows at the west bank of the river, he says, "That was interesting. Were you over there?
Yep.
Quite a fight. They didn't. Those hobgoblins didn't stand much of a chance."
No.
Hi.
Definitely a probing party. I'm here because I'm pissed off I didn't have my bow.
Of course.
Not at you. I'm at the situation.
Oh, well, you didn't know.
It doesn't change the fact that I'm very unhappy. I know you probably just started with it yesterday, but how's it going?
Well, I can have it done in the next hour or two if it's urgent for you.
It sure is.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'll have my tea first, if that's okay with you.
I will join you in this endeavor. I rolled out of bed and slammed the hardest drink that they had at the tavern. So perhaps a little bit of something to calm the stomach.
He pours you a human-sized, a medium-sized portion of what seems like maybe green tea. It's very light in color, and says, "So, I didn't see a dragon. This was just sort of trying to take us by surprise, I take it."
Yeah, so as far as I can figure, I'm not obviously one with much knowledge of how armies operate. But as far as I can figure is they put a more elite force on the other side to try and either kill or distract the guards, and they sent about, I don't know, it was like 20 of them, of some grunts, swim across the river to try and take the ferry so they could get their forces across more easily. We killed them at the ferry, and I mean, they were honestly lucky that Redrick was sleeping in front of Yormel's place, because we were able to protect the ferry from the Hobbs.
I wouldn't have expected them to try to cross the river. They must have been desperate. They also didn't run. I don't know if you saw that on the other side, the West Bank. None of them ran away.
Nope. It seems like they're probably more afraid of whoever sent them than what we have to offer here.
Well, perhaps. Do you know where the army is? Perhaps they felt there was no army to go back to.
That's awfully optimistic, having seen the dragon and many war tents as I have.
Well, perhaps you're right. I could see it be rather frightening to be poking around in the Witchwood and try to go back to home base and only to find that there's a giant canyon and no bridge. Perhaps they decided it was best to make a run for it down here.
I mean, I suppose, but it was awfully a coordinated effort to take the ferry, and not only that, but we captured one of them to try and interrogate him, and after we knocked him unconscious, one of the ones that we didn't know that was hiding around tried to put an arrow in him to silence him before swimming across the river. Seems awfully strategic for somebody who's just running away from something.
That's bad business. That's reeks of organized military or commandos or something. Doesn't sound to me like hobgoblins at all.
I agree.
Well, all the more reason for me to finish your bow and get the hell out of here.
These all those scrolls to make still.
You do have those scrolls.
Oh, I intend to take every bit of your money I can, but I just mean to say that I think you're right. It's not safe to stay here.
No, I mean, well, if only self-preservation was up on the top of the mind of the other council members as much as a wise one such as yourself.
Well, did any of Serana's poor guardsmen perish in the attack? That would certainly convince some of the
Not sure.
Town council.
I know. I definitely saw some wounded were coming back over the ferry,
Ooh, that might help.
but yeah, let's hope so. I was thinking that we potentially bring the hobgoblin we captured and just let him freak out. Not hurt anybody, but freak out in front of the other council members. That would be effective.
Diabolical. It would work better for some than others, I think.
I'm sure, but my plans often get shot down, so Redrick's a goody two shoes.
He drains his tea and then says, "Oh, well, stay as long as you like, but I'll get back to work for your sake, if that's okay by you."
Well, if it's okay by you, I will stay in more pleasant company than trying to negotiate with your, I shudder to call them peers on the council.
Well, it's a good view, if nothing else. And he kind of sort of gestures to the river below.
That's true. I will definitely position to be able to look out a window and just look over the river.
Well, you hear him immediately go back to work in the other room, The rest of you, what do you do? The ones that were helping would probably be at the edge of town near Yormel's. You didn't encounter any opposition or any town guard for that matter. It's sort of been pretty quiet. Yeah.
Renard's just gonna take out his like an empty flask and motion to Tor, and he'll say, "Only the purest water, Tor." I imagine you
would take it and offer some toast, of which I have.
No, I mean like you would refill it with your kineticist aura.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
that's what you've done it before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As I take it and as I shake it, you hear water slosh around in it. I go, seems pure.
Delicious. I'll have another.
And like as you set it down, as you like put your hand down, you feel it just.
How I've missed you, Tor.
And it's like nice and ice cold. Like there's like a few chunks of ice floating in it too.
Oh, that's so perfect. Just how I like it.
I'm glad to be of help.
Always are, Tor.
Did you expect to get caught doing this?
I did suspect that someone might care, but I won't complain that no one seems to.
So we dropped them all in a pile, just like in front of this guy's house.
Yes.
Yeah, like in the
Then we
walkway
walked-
to the front entrance of this house.
Then we just walked away, right?
Yep.
That's what I imagine.
We'll just leave it.
The guards posted to the front of his home are not currently at their posts.
Perfect.
So fun.
You don't know where they are. You don't see them. I would say you probably do see movement from within the house, but not. You can't like clearly make out who or what is in there.
I feel like I would finish dumping and just start walking back
Yeah.
casually walking back to the.
We'll return the cart.
and-
We're not,
yeah.
not stealing nothing.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
delivering a message.
Borrow.
As we're doing all this, I would say do you trust Yormil as far as being skeevy merchant, or do we think he's doing more?
I wouldn't say we have reason to believe that he's a traitor, rather just a selfish
Just a
fool.
traitor.
Unfortunately, my mind went immediately there as well. I was like, I can't
I'll
help
channel it.
I can't help it.
Baseline greedy merchant. Worst case traitor.
Okay. As we like go take the cart back into the warehouse, I'll like look at the warehouse, look at you guys again. You sure? Okay. Sort of giving the last check of like if you guys would like to, I'll run through and just like investigate stuff, but you know if not, I'll just lock up.
I mean,
We ain't no thieves, sir.
no, I mean, you want to investigate. You're looking to see if he's got anything sketchy in there, right? That was your goal.
If you guys think he might.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stand like a few hundred feet away on guard if you want to do that.
Few hundred feet.
Well,
I'll be right behind you.
There's someone coming.
well, no, I have message too. That's why.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yormel's at the entrance. He's right there. Yormel turns because you're pointing at him instead.
Certainly not more than 500 feet away.
That would just be foolish.
495.
That'd be ridiculous.
Um,
Who would stand at such a range?
yeah, if you, I'm like very clearly kind of taking my lead from you guys.
Yeah, I'll nod.
Yeah, I'll do a quick run through then of his wares. It is that kind of house.
Yeah.
I would, if we're doing this, I would aid in the investigation.
Okay.
Guidance.
Oh.
In particular, I'm interested
From a
in the
few
contents
hundred
of the,
feet away.
the unmarked crates, the nondescript crates is
So-
what I was particularly interested in.
Absolutely. So, what are you all? How are you approaching this?
So I would be
Alphabet slash and burn.
given what I currently know. I would be looking for contraband or anything that might look like he's benefiting from the hobgoblins, either getting resources from or giving weapons to them, but also just contraband.
Who put this here? God. Thanks.
Wow. Rams, am I right?
Swan.
Go ahead and give me your perception. Feel free to aid. Are you aiding with perception?
Yeah, I think it
Mhm.
felt the most reasonable. 22 on the aid.
Ooh, that's a
Success.
I should have probably just done it. What does guidance?
+1.
+1.
No, you did good.
Counts.
I'll call that the 11. It was awkward. It like pinned
Oh,
under
it was
the
for
battle
sure.
axe.
It was for sure an 11.
Yeah.
Well, it was like this, and then I moved the mini, and it went like that.
And what's your
That's why it was
what's your bonus?
That's fine.
So 18, 19 with the guidance, and then whatever
20.
aid.
Yeah. It's 20 total.
Okay, 20 total. Not bad.
Successfully, it's +1.
Yep. And if you crit, which would be a 25, would be +2.
I like that the 2 + 1s got me to exactly 20, which feels important.
And like if you're a master and you crit, then it's a +3. If you're legendary, it's +4.
So you have plenty of time to look at all of the contents of the building. Perhaps not every single box, but you can look at through everything. For the boxes that are sealed, are you opening them?
How many of them are sealed? Are these
Maybe a quarter. They're set into like lots, like clear sections of like distinct sections of items.
Okay. And are
So-
all of the sealed crates like tending to be together? Are they evenly dispersed with all the lots? Or?
So a lot would either be entirely sealed crates or none.
Okay.
So all of the items are like for the most part, with some exceptions where things are mixed in. But I would say maybe 2 or 3 of the lots had sealed crates in them.
I probably wouldn't by
Nah, I
default.
wouldn't either. As much as
If we're not actually if we don't
really suspect him to be a traitor. It's just while we're in here, maybe let's poke around for a second.
and given what I've heard of you guys so far, if we go popping open crates, we will then be the first ones he comes to check with.
Yeah. So no, we will not pop open the crates.
You'll be the first ones to what?
That he would suspect.
The sealed
Oh,
crate
for
sure.
He's never met us
So
by design.
Oh, well then.
you find entirely items of the Veil. You find casks of wine from the vineyards on the banks of the Elsier to the northeast. You find a great deal of tanned animal hides. You find paper. You find some dried fruits and fish.
Guilty.
But nothing that looks to you to be strange, out of place, or illicit.
Good. As we go through, I will any of these that Devian and I are looking at together. So, need any of this?
I grab like one piece of dried fruit. Like, I'm simply ensuring it isn't poisoned.
I'll grab a couple pieces of fish. They don't make it out of the warehouse.
Most of the edible goods are either apples and pears dried. There are some fresh, although it looks like they're not. Like they're not going to survive the waiting to get across the Elsier, and then lots of chestnuts as well.
That's like hobgoblin crack. This is what they're after.
Yeah. It's buried in the chestnuts.
All right.
You are not, and you are not sort of pestered during this search either.
We'll put the cart back and close the warehouse back up and relock it because he opened.
Wait,
the lock
no
and I
one
didn't break
inside!
it.
Oh, you're the one that'll probably relock it, so that'll be.
I mean, he can relock it. I don't know that it takes much.
It's true.
Padlock.
Very good. Okay.
I
Oh,
also
wow.
do have thievery skills. So it's just not super.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
I remembered that from last time, but I was like, I want to do the sneaky thief things real quick.
Yeah.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
By the time you guys finish up there, you'll find that more of the town guard have crossed, and there is a soldier standing guard in front of the Serana's headquarters, sort of signifying that she's probably in there. It looks to you that a large contingent, the majority of the soldiers, continue to stay on the west bank, defending that side of town.
Want to interrogate your prisoner, Edric?
We can see if he's awake. Interrogate. Although, frankly, I kept him alive more as a means to terrify Yormal than I did as an intent to get information out of him. But
Two birds, one stone.
two birds, one stone. Before we ask him questions, though, assuming that he will become increasingly uncooperative as we talk to him, would it make sense to have someone the council would believe if we got this hobgoblin to say, oh yes, the army will be here in 24 hours to decimate your tiny town? Something along those lines. Maybe Yormo being here would be great, but well, that hasn't gone well.
I think Sarana has good credibility from what I understand.
Yeah, but she, if her credibility was enough, they would have already agreed. No?
Just for the testimony.
I suppose.
But we can get your friend from the mercenary company.
That wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we'll go ask her. I don't know how well the merchants of this town will, or I guess not the merchants, but the tavern keepers and merchants and whatnots of this town, the fair keepers of this town, will listen to her, but it's something. So, yeah, I'll run over to Dolores' house, see if she's home.
You knock on the door, no one answers.
Dolores, you in there?
No answer.
Well, we're interrogating a hobgoblin at the what do you call it? The stockades, the guardhouse.
Yeah.
If you feel like coming, leave. I will raise my voice as I say this, but assuming that she's not there to actually hear me, then I'll head back.
Okay.
Whoever the guys. She wasn't there. I was like, Adele, extend the invitation, but I don't think she'll be coming. Have we seen Drathgar around? Since the incident?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really left.
Okay. Well, then I'll go over to him. And, hey, Drathgar, remember that one we kept alive?
I thought he was dead.
Almost. They tried, but he's still kicking. I don't know if he's conscious, but would you be interested in hearing the kind of shit he might be, kind of intel he might have if we talk to him?
He shrugs. Okay.
I'll wave you over when he wakes up. I'm about to go check, so I'll head over to the guardhouse and knock on the door. Assuming the guard lets me pass.
The guard will just let you in. He'll like open the door for you.
I just also invite Rick, the baker.
I mean, this guy is about as stubborn as the rest of them, so.
He's not one of the core council members, then.
Yeah, but Normal. Well, do you want to try and get Normal?
I'm not there. I have no input.
All right. Do you want to try and get Normal?
I think just as long as we have someone to testify as to what this goblin said, shouldn't be an issue.
All right.
Agreed.
Yeah. So then,
One of the lieutenants.
you guys are coming too, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully he speaks common, but otherwise we need a translator. I'll enter the guardhouse. Is the hobgoblin visible from entering, or is he in the back?
No, Sarana just points you to a door to your right as you enter, and basically just motions toward the door, and a guard in the room will open it up and lead you in.
Okay.
And it's basically just a group, a small, like almost like a closet, of a couple cells. They're really small, like not even big enough to lay down in.
Ooh, that's the worst.
It looks like they weren't intended to keep people longer than, a couple hours, right?
It's like disorderly conduct.
Yeah,
Sober-
yeah, exactly.
sober up.
Yeah.
But one of them has a hobgoblin that sort of just folded himself into the corner, and doesn't say anything, but is clearly conscious.
It's I'll sit. Let's wave over Hrothgar.
And he'll come up. He looks kind of excited, if nothing else. So he's
Yeah.
sort of confused and excited.
As before we go back into the room with Hobgoblin, I'll like under my breath, like quietly, so the Hobgoblin can't hear. Just say, "I don't know if we're gonna get anything out of this guy. Some of them are stubborn. Some of them are stubborn. Some of them aren't. We'll see what happens. Just don't get your expectations too high here." And I will enter without a plan.
Let's go.
Awesome.
You know what we should do? Distract the dragon.
Always
The
a good
without, the
plan.
without a plan is always the best plan.
Going with him. Don't let him know you speak his tongue.
So as I approach the Hobgoblin, does he make eye contact, or is he just what's he doing?
Yeah, he'll glare at you.
I was poking with the staff, I feel like. No real reason.
So something that hobgoblins do when they're like really angry and perturbed is they hiss almost like a cat, and that's sort of what he does. It's like their version of a growl, and so as soon as you do that, he just like you can hear that like hiss coming out of his mouth. It's a little more guttural than a cat would be, but
Don't agitate the man until he becomes uncooperative. Okay, just. Surprised that we had as many defenses here when you arrived. Expecting that to be an easy victory.
he grumbles something under his breath in Goblin. Are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear him say something along the lines of something along the lines of like stupid shaved one or something like that.
Shaved one?
Yeah.
I'll message that to you and just telepathically.
Okay.
Or like bald one, like
But I have hair.
Well,
but
he's
he's-
covered in hair. Like his whole body is covered in
Yeah.
hair.
Playing the ape style.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, buddy, you guys started this shit, not us. So you're just trying to take the barge until your main force arrives?
Does not answer you.
Any threats you feel like making in my direction? Any words you'd like to say to pass along to people?
He will like kick at the bars. I mean, completely impotently, but he's still like just to show his sort of disgust with you.
They didn't tell this one anything, Frederick. He's one of the stupid ones.
Well, if he decided to attack the ferry, but with just those numbers, that would follow.
Now, I want to see like any cues after we say this, and use my ability Aura Sight to see if it's trying to. So it's apparent attitude, apparent emotional state, physical health, conditions or afflictions, and if it's trying to deceive us. And I would make an occultism check to determine that.
So do you just do this? Is it like out of observation or?
Yeah, it's after a minute.
Okay.
Of staring at him.
So there's nothing surprising here from you.
Yeah.
It's very clear that he is distraught, angry, a little bit confused to find himself in a cell, waking up in a cell, but otherwise, he doesn't seem to be like trying to deceive you or putting on a show or anything. He just seems to be kind of like dumb and angry.
Mm.
Big two.
Look, I'm probably the only guy in this town that's trying to give you a chance here.
Ooh.
You're not making it easy on me though.
Uh,
I've already made assumptions that you won't cooperate, but
he will say in Goblin, he'll say, and obviously you're the only one that can understand this.
Yeah.
He'll say, he'll narrow his eyes and say, "What are you offering? Are you communicating
Yeah,
this?"
so
Okay.
I'm telepathically.
Okay.
Are you able to message like without?
Yeah, without
extra stuff.
Yeah,
Because he's a psychic.
yeah.
do you speak my tongue? I don't understand Goblin.
He spits at you, and then says in like much more broken common than you've heard from other hobgoblins. He basically communicates the same thing. He says, "What you give," or something like along those lines.
I don't want him communicating to me, thinking I can understand him. Maybe I'll let something slip. Well, what do you want? What does your army want? To kill, to conquer, to take land?
Our people will own the mountains and the Vale.
And we will oppose you in this, but we'll see who wins. When it comes to taking this town, what is your goal? Do you wish to... I mean, of course, I'm sure you'd love to kill as many as you can, but is that the priority, or is it simply to take the ferry and have dominion over it?
He looks like he's about to say something, and then he pauses and he says, "I'm not stupid. You still haven't offered me anything."
Well, if I'm right in thinking your group is what they think they are, and your goals are what they think they are, I might be able to convince these people here to flee, making your job a hell of a lot easier.
He very visibly rolls his eyes at you, as if that is like not a serious, like you can like the fact that you would even bring it up, that you would like be a challenge for the army, is ludicrous.
I don't expect to be a challenge, but I do expect. We've already destroyed that bridge and slowed you guys all down by a few days. We could be a deterrence if perhaps we can't stop you. And, I mean, a day's worth of rations and time for your whole host, it's not a small thing.
He spits in your general direction again, and then
I would too.
crosses his arms and just sort of looks at the wall.
So, there's nothing I could offer you.
He says something in, he like sort of immediately, without thinking, says something in Goblin. He basically says, let me go back to the north, into the wood. And then he says, he pauses and says in Common, release me in good faith.
And in exchange, I will get the information I seek.
It won't make any difference. I might as well tell you.
Do you and your people value? Actually, no. Do I know if the hobgoblins value honor as far as like? Do they have like pride? Is that something they value highly?
Yeah, this would be fall under deceiving, right? If he says he would tell us, right?
If he's lying,
If
yes.
he's lying, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. You're pretty sure that there is a sort of a code within the goblin hierarchy, but that it doesn't really apply outside of goblinoids.
Two shaped ones.
Yeah, the bald ones don't count.
You get as much honesty as you have hair.
That's not to say that like they would never be honest with you. Just that there's not like actually a code that would hold up.
Sure.
Mr. Brunar helpfully sayers that could threaten to cut his head off.
I mean, sure, but usually under a threat, they either stop talking or they give you bad information. Of course, this is Redrick's naive self-centeredness. I can try, and I know you won't give me the information until I can confirm it, but I am not hopeful. The people in this town wanted you dead already. They didn't even want me to waste my time with you, but I can ask.
Do you want to make a diplomacy check here?
Yeah, I'm trying to convince him. Yeah.
I'm trying to make a diplomacy check.
I'm
Guidance.
Working on it for so long.
Well, you make a considered effort, and he clearly is listening, but he doesn't seem to budge in terms of like meeting you halfway.
Sure.
Yeah, like he seems to be like, all right, sure, but he's not willing to like give you a little bit, like to barter here. He's mouth stays shut.
If I can't get to your freedom, I have an alternative idea. Not sure if you'll go for it, but let me ask at least first before we go to that route. I'll be back in a moment.
As you go to leave, I feel like I'm just tagging along with you and just been hanging back this whole time. As you go to leave, I'll put a hand on your shoulder and say, do you want, like, I can try a more antagonistic approach?
Is it torture?
It won't hurt them.
Have I seen anything that would fit the description that I've seen you do before?
Probably not.
Okay. It wouldn't hurt him? Alright, I think. Well, let's. Is this gonna make him upset with us if you do it?
Yes. Antagonistic.
Okay, let's wait. Let's try. I'm gonna say this all in common, so he can hear me. I'd much prefer to do this with honey instead of vinegar. But we'll see.
I'll like kind of look over, especially if you kind of like if we're like speaking in hushed words, and then with that last bit you like say it louder. I'll like, what are? How tall are you? Am I taller?
I'm
than
a
He's a
dwarf,
dwarf.
so you're
You're
looking
tall.
down at me. That's for sure.
I'll like kind of look up over at the hobgoblin. Okay.
And I'll approach Serana and just say, all right, well, I figured out what your answer's going to be already, but maybe not. The hobgoblin has agreed to answer the questions we ask.
She, before you finish, she like holds up a hand and dismisses the other guards in the room,
Okay. I'll wait till they leave.
and then she looked back to you.
Under the assumption we, quote, let him go on good faith. To return to his
Back into the Witchwood?
presumably, yeah.
Okay.
I would like to uphold our end of that agreement, because I figure one man matters not. This one probably hasn't killed any of us yet. I mean, if he goes back there, maybe someday he will. But the information he gives us could be worth a lot more than... It could save a lot more lives if it can be used to convince everyone to leave than the risk it would be to let him go.
What does he even know more than they already thought they knew?
Part of the.
Well, presumably that he knows the size of their forces.
I more meant, what does what is he gonna be able to tell them about us that would make this situation any worse outside of there could be one less hobgoblin to go?
He would know about us, right? That there's not just a bunch of chumps sitting around that he might have seen us fight.
Not just a bunch of chumps.
The numps.
Yeah. So that is one thing. Like, if he gets away and he's like, "Oh, there's this guy who can throw a fireball at us."
Yeah.
Whatever.
And there's this guy that can bring down a bridge.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they knew that already.
I am happy to release him to your custody, to do with as you wish. However, I would ask that no one in the town, including any of my guards, see you release that creature. You can release him, but I want it done discreetly. But it will not be good for morale otherwise.
That's fair.
Into Yorl's house.
I'll extend my trust to you that much. You did very good work today, all of you.
I don't like it, to be fair, but I see the gain here outweighs the loss, the risk. Well, we can assuming the crypt prisoner agrees to answer our questions
Can't communicate any other ways.
in front of perhaps some of the council members. I brought
She like immediately is like, "Oh wow, okay."
that idea.
No, she's just like surprised more than anything. That is an interesting approach. We could probably make that work, although what its result would be, I do not know. Keep in mind that some of the council members are skilled combatants. Others have never seen a drop of blood in their lives. Seeing an actual hobgoblin in front of them within speaking distance may be
More than they can handle.
But if you want to try it, I could facilitate. We do have some shackles, manacles that we could use
I
if
have some as
necessary.
well. What the rest do you think? I looked at you, but you're not here anymore. Yeah. Think this is a good plan? Think is there a better plan?
Your proposal was to bring it to the town meeting
Bring it. Well, town meeting
or
would
the
be cool,
council meeting, rather.
but as in front of as many council members as we think is wise to present him to. Apparently, some of them seem like they wouldn't be able to stomach a hobgoblin so close, with the ability to simply kill it within the fingertips, within the grasp.
A little bit of shock value might not hurt.
That's kind of what I was thinking. From there, the hobgoblin would need to promise that not to reveal that we intend to release him, but yeah. And then we take him out back to take him out, and he never comes back. As far as anyone else is concerned. As you like, I mean that in the
Usually Tori and I look at each
Goes
other.
the way of blessing.
The classic route.
you know, by the piss barrels.
Yeah. In the meantime, with my glaive, so it's wrapped because I'm in his house.
Yeah.
I'm just flipping the teacup that I had, on the blade of it, just flipping it to land on one side, then flipping it to land on the other while he's working.
Oh, I like that.
It's just, I'm just occupying
The
my
bottle game, except with a glaive and a teacup.
Yeah.
How are your acrobatics?
I don't know. Good, very good. Actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, +10 good.
Oh, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So you could probably do that more or less infinitely without worrying about dropping it, I think.
Yeah.
Unless maybe you were surprised or, in danger or something. So, are you going to stick around until he's done? It'll be
Yeah,
maybe a couple
He
hours.
said it'd be a couple hours, so
Yeah.
while all of this has been going on,
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with I'm
Perfect.
one of the council members. If they call for the council, I'll know about it. and if I miss out, and so does the wizard, I miss out, and so does the wizard. I've made my peace with that.
Yeah, so I think we'll bring him. And if he's useless, then we'll kill him.
She gives you the keys to his cell,
Okay.
and sort of as a sort of sign of
Do what you want.
formally releasing him to your control.
No reason not to leave him in there for now, though.
For now, yeah. I'll go back to him. I'll go back towards his cell and say to Drothgar, I don't think. I gotta think this through. I don't know. I'm gonna get any information out of him right now. Sorry for wasting your time.
He shrugs, says, well, I've never seen one up close. Interesting.
I think about the fact he just fought. Sounds like 20 feet away, but
We tried to run at one and he missed.
That's true.
He just had the adrenaline from trying to block arrows with a maul.
No, thanks for coming.
He sort of shrugs and saunters back to the his horses and the ferry.
And there aren't any more guards in here either. It's just Serana.
That's right.
Okay. Cool. So then I'll approach Hobgoblin and just say, well, surprisingly, I have some semblance of an agreement from the town guard, town captain. She's agreed to release you.
He grabs the bars and shakes them, right now.
Oh, that's how it's gonna work. See, the thing is, a lot of the people in this town are pretty peeved off that your allies, your forces, have been killing people around the town, and they won't sit well with them if we let you go. So, we need to do it. We need to do it secretly. We need to do it secretly. We need to do it in a way where the people of the town think we're going to kill you. But after we answer our questions, we release you.
He sort of narrows his eyes. He mutters under his breath something about human dwarven tricks in Goblin, and then he clearly is thinking about it for some time, and then finally says, "Well, no choice. Okay."
All right, then. We will gather some people to hear what you have to say. Afterwards, assuming you've been cooperative, and you don't reveal the plans to let you go, we can see that you're released in good faith.
He clearly,
He's clearly suspicious.
suspicious of this. Like, there's no way.
I'd
But
be-
it seems like he's resigned to die, so he's like, well, whatever.
I'd be suspicious too, but you do not know of me or where I come from or what I'm known for, and I point to my holy symbol that he surely doesn't recognize.
Yeah.
Such things might give you some assurances to put some of your faith in me. So you'll just have to take it as it is.
He mutters something in Goblin, and you obviously don't make it out, but clearly one of the words is Moloch. Like,
That's the guy in charge. That's one of the guys in charge, right?
that is a devil lord of hell. You remember finding
Is there
a
a psychic translator
you,
here?
Yeah, I'll say that's the translation.
yeah, you remember here. You remember one of the hobgoblins you found had a holy symbol of this devil on his wrist.
It's a clown show.
Devils are lawful, right?
In general.
Yes.
Then I'll just having heard Moloch, I'll just say, not in this regard, not dissimilar to Moloch. I feel that he would keep his word, and so will I.
He actually smirks a little bit for the first time in this entire conversation, and then in Goblin he says, well, Moloch also takes your soul after he's done.
Unfortunately, that's beyond my power.
And then he looks at you confusedly and sits down and does not say anything
I just
else.
smirk.
You could choose.
For now, we'll see you in level 6. And
Level 6.
I'll head out and let everyone who wasn't listening, including Sorana, that we seem to be go. We seem to have a plan.
A knock comes at the door. One of the guards peeks in after Sorana yells at him to come in, and instead of addressing Sorana, addresses sort of you all in general with Sorana and says, "I'm sorry. It seems Whiston has some sort of message for your guests. He seemed to want to speak to them and couldn't find them. I didn't want him to interrupt you, so I sent him to the inn, the tavern."
There we go. To the tavern? With the rest of you?
I need some breakfast.
To the tavern.
To the tavern.
So that whole interaction probably took an hour or two at this point. You get your bow exactly as you wanted it, and Sertiran seems proud of himself. And before he hands it over and lets you inspect it, and he says, "What was it again you wanted me to do after this?" Scrolls.
Choose strike scrolls?
Right. I forgot what scrolls they wanted from you.
Armor
Poor Lance requested these like session 1, and has been patiently waiting for these rolls.
Armor potency?
Already
Is that
done.
That's
That was the
I'm,
first
I'm
one.
done.
I got 4 of them. But I
Lance
didn't
got 4 of them.
ask
You
for
guys
another.
That
asked
was your
for
battle
more.
axe too, right?
Yeah, that too.
We got both of those.
You asked for more scrolls. I
I
just
did,
don't know
yeah.
what kind.
Yeah, I bought Dispel and Fireball. We requested Dark Vision and Sure Strike.
And you had those.
No, I think he had to make those. That's why we had to get 4.
No,
of
Lance
them.
definitely has.
I had 4 already from before, but we asked for more of them.
Oh, 4 apiece. 4 dark vision. 4.
We asked.
Well, Dark Vision is just for me.
Yeah, that was.
But-
So
Yeah.
I had a question on these scrolls. Is it like you can only make 4 of the same scroll?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, it has to be duplicates.
Um,
Sort of like assembly line style.
Doesn't have just like a scroll film copy.
It'd be very efficient.
I don't have the printing press here.
Yeah, the toner though costs a fortune.
Toner prices transcend worlds.
That's true.
Breaks down like every 20 prints too.
The worst 3D printer ever.
How was your for level 2 scroll? It was like 4 for level 1, and then
I can look it up.
Yep, 4 for a level 1.
like 12 maybe.
It was 12 for a level 2 because Scroll of Dark Vision was level 2, right? Yep, 12 for a level 2.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, 12. What do you guys do after you leave Serana's abode?
To the tavern to meet with Winston, right?
You actually run into him exiting the tavern as you are coming to the front door, and he looks so excited.
This is
Oh.
And he kind of addresses the group and says, "I have such good news. Council meeting. I've finally convinced all the council members to assemble.
All of them.
Doesn't spreadsheet.
Well, the important ones. I can't promise Sertiran will come, but the ones who actually matter to
Sure.
achieve your goal and have this discussion, they've agreed. 4 days from now, they will assemble, and we will have conversations. I've ensured everyone will have time to speak and discuss the plan. And I can't believe it.
You remember when we looked at this?
The map?
The map.
Yes.
The map with the schedule of their assault.
Okay.
Day 5, attack Drellin's Ferry and try and use the bridge. What do you think was supposed to happen after that?
I don't. What does it say?
Attack Day 5, Drellin's Ferry. Can we use the dwarf bridge?
Oh.
Welcome to Day 5.
Well, certainly they didn't mean today.
By Day 9, they plan to be halfway to Terrelton.
What? But you've destroyed the bridge. No.
Gave us 2 days.
I didn't destroy bridge.
That was.
Who is that?
He's an old friend. His name's Tor.
I'm told.
He killed some hobgoblins today.
He like uses both of his hands to shake your hand, provided you offer it. Well, thank you. I am Nora Whiston, town speaker, head of the town council. We are in a bit of a predicament here. I appreciate your help.
So you talk for a living? Town speaker?
Well, there's more to it than that. Important
I'm not really trying to
organizational.
I'm not really trying to snipe at him yet.
I'm a thought leader in the community, and in 4 days, it will happen in 4 days, and we will
What
all.
I think what we're all trying to say is
you
we
basically
appreciate
accomplished
the hard work you've put in. I don't think any of us could accomplish this.
Speaks
as
a
you
lot
have.
of those very.
Oh well, I have worked very
Has
hard.
he
Yes.
tried talking to
Now-
goblins?
Davian's
Don't
concern,
give up that
and
idea.
it echoes part of my
He
own,
might.
is
We have
that
one he can talk to.
these other council members
Well, if he likes
may
speaking
not
about
realize. And I know you're aware, But these other council members may not realize that
What's he
in
going
4
to do
days'
if he
time it
doesn't
might be
speak
too
the
late,
language?
and the city might be reduced to rubble.
Hmm.
But this is
We're
good,
getting
this is
into a
good news.
cultural
This is good
difference.
progress.
You're like a hunter without a bow.
If the army hasn't already reduced the town to rubble, we'll have a meeting. And in the meantime, we can try and see if we can get that date moved up.
By all means. By all means, of course.
I was hoping you'd help us with that.
Well, yes. As I said before, I'm a bit of a thought leader here, and if there's anything I can do to help, you need only.
Have you
Say it.
thought about holding it today or tomorrow?
Well, of course, I proposed a more immediate meeting, but there are certain personalities on the council that
Can't be rushed.
can't be rushed. That's exactly right. They
Which personalities?
Do you need us to rush
Ven-
them?
I venture a guess that you know the answer to that question already.
So,
Is it just one of them or two of them?
Yeah.
so you lead the thoughts, except for the other people that lead the thought more?
I am a well-respected.
I'm sorry, I'm
Landowner
from the north.
in-
I do not understand your culture. I don't mean to offend.
We are leaders of the community,
Yes,
and we
Yes.
work together
yes.
to make decisions about the good of our town.
Oh, okay. Like protect from hobgoblin invasion.
That is exactly right. That is correct.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent. And you will do that after they invade. Yes,
Well,
They have a great sense of urgency.
no,
during this.
yes. Well, clearly they think that their people can just survive the invasion, which is wonderful. Very strong town then, full of warriors.
I will
Fighters.
say Serrano's men and women fought valiantly today.
They did.
Not a single lost man or woman.
Yes. So only lose what? 10, 20 to the however many hobgoblins come, say 500 or 600.
Thousands.
Thousands. Yes. So maybe you lose. How many townspeople are there?
I look at him. We get better numbers than we do.
I do not know what this discussion is accomplishing. I will be at my home. I will continue to organize on your behalf. If I can arrange an earlier date, then of course I will do so. I will say, I did just come from Eormils, and he was displeased. I have some guesses as to why. However,
Well, I think we just.
I think it would be a bit of impropriety for me to share those. So I will just say I will continue working with him.
I think we all mutually just felt that he didn't believe in the threat, and so we thought we would just deliver him proof. But I suppose that courtesy may have been misunderstood.
Not less than either.
Please extend our apologies.
They're strange people.
I think perhaps silence is the best path forward on this.
I trust your judgment.
Aren't you a speaker?
I need to go. I am very busy. And then he just walks off.
As he walks up to evening town quieter.
I smile and shake my head. You guys, I'm trying not to laugh here, okay? I'm trying to hold it together because you're not making it easy on me.
Both of us just did this like deadpan.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
whole time.
Yeah, and I'm just like trying not to just laugh.
Genuine confusion on my face.
I'm not genuinely confused, but I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
Okay, realistically, it's not genuine, but yeah.
We're both enjoying
Um,
poking fun at this guy.
Also, it's like, as he's like walking towards his house. Oh, and Nora, we captured one of them. We're gonna interrogate him later. I'll send you the deets.
he doesn't even turn. He just does this, and
Do you want to speak to him?
you can see him like speed up a little bit.
He must be Russian to learn how to talk to Hobgoblin. Very convinced it was in depth.
He's a thought leader, after all.
He's a thought leader in the community. What's his name?
Noro Whiston.
Norrell.
Norro.
It's one of the 8 council members. 8?
Eight
Um,
important council members.
No, not important. 8 total.
He's probably the one easiest to convince, honestly.
and I think let's pause for 5 minutes there, and you guys can think about what you want to do for the next couple days as we take a little bit of a break.
More scrolls.
Well,
We planned to play.
So I guess you're gonna search.
not Pathfinder.
I guess we'll.
for the rest of the day, you want to look, explore the Elsier?
Well, north of basically north of the town, explore the Elsier Bank and see where they might have made landfall.
How far would you
into
like
the
to go?
forest.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go in.
Okay.
I'll go in with enough time to make it back before nightfall.
Okay. So, what's your speed?
25.
25. I would say you could easily go. So it's a little after noon at this point. So you could probably make 6-8 miles into the forest. So,
Do that.
all right, cool. What do the rest of you want to do? Or do you tell the group?
Oh,
Who
yeah.
tells that you do that?
We go get breakfast after the thing, so we can talk about.
Yeah,
it.
so I like to imagine I will see Noro like flustered, like storming out of the tavern while I have my bow, and I'll be like, nice. And then I like walk in with a smile on my face and a bow on my back. Yeah, some things feel right.
Yeah, you probably see him like stomping into his house and slamming the door behind him or something.
I'll sit at the bar, and whatever of the halflings is serving. I'll
Yeah.
take whatever's for breakfast.
One of the younger of Kellen's family is at the bar. You don't.
Same guy who gave me that nasty drink in the morning, or was it actually Kellen?
That was Kellen.
Yeah.
This is someone who looks like maybe a little too young to be,
Right.
drinking, but you're not going to question it. And
He's a halfling, though.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we can't tell anything.
it's true. That's true.
They all look the same.
More than happy to set you up with some like a really hearty sort of like beef stew this morning, and some fresh bread. Good breakfast.
So, what's the deal?
I'm going to Yormals after this.
We he's probably not too happy with a situation as from on. I imagine what that would be about.
Oh, you guys put the bodies there.
Yeah.
Nice.
They slipped and fell into his yard. It was crazy. We also convinced the Hobgoblin to talk to us, give us some answers. So that's going to happen hopefully sooner rather than later. They've agreed to have a town council meeting finally. In 4
Well,
days
let's
from now.
backtrack a moment. Hobgoblin, you convinced it to talk to you.
Mhm.
Expand.
No, they're not.
Explain. You could do that.
I promise to let him go.
All right, you're a fool. Sounds good.
Don't you start shit.
Listen, that's fine. That's
Yes,
what-
it's very fine. It
That's
is.
what you promised.
It's such a good.
That's a good promise.
Yes, it
It's a
is.
Good promise.
We're getting a lot out of it because we're going to save a lot of people.
Yep. I'm glad you promised that.
And one person ain't going to matter.
Yep.
We let them go.
That is your promise. I mean, he's definitely gonna make it out of your custody alive.
You're not. I don't know if you're trying to be subtle, but
About what?
about wanting to take out this hobgoblin.
I didn't say I wanted to take him out.
I didn't say you did. I just said you're not being subtle.
Isn't that how
I'm.
and it's reversed?
It's all good. You're
I don't know how
gonna
this
do what
works.
you're gonna do.
I brought your favorite color.
I just toast you. Good on you, Redrick. Good on you.
So,
You see like a little bit of water pool on it. We could solve it.
He'll laugh.
What about Noro? He looked pissed.
Well, He got the town, all the important council members to meet up finally, agreed to,
Oh, really?
in 4 days.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And some people weren't supportive of his efforts. All of us weren't thrilled
That's right.
by his report.
That means
And
I'm
he
still
left.
in good company at least.
Yes. Tor asked some, I think, genuine questions that he did not take well.
Yeah, I
Either that
gathered
or he knows
that.
exactly how to poke a bear that he's just met. Either way, he left enough.
Mhm.
Hoping he comes to see the Hobgoblin talk. Assuming it doesn't go terribly. I have this hilarious scenario in my head where we ask Goblin to talk, and like, how many of your forces are left? And he's just like 7. And we're just like, oh, this is awkward. But I'm pretty sure it's not gonna happen. So
That seems like exactly the worst possible scenario.
Yeah,
If
we're
we try to
definitely putting
interrogate
a lot
in
of
front
faith.
of any of these town council members that we're trying to convince.
well, if he lies about the dragon, that doesn't help us because they'll also see the dragon.
It'll certainly help Yormal's case to not leave.
I mean, if we want to make sure that the Hobgoblin doesn't help Yormal, from everything I've heard, just have Yormal talk to the Hobgoblin. I think that'll turn him against him.
That will turn who against who?
The Hobgoblin against Yormal.
It does seem like two rotten bastards talking to each other.
I just think there'd be enough antagonism there that the Hobgoblin would.
I don't know, they might be kindred spirits.
Be killed before and then Yormal still wants to stay. That's what I think would happen.
Be killed by Big Bad Yormal. The man who's afraid to leave his house to see a few people who want to talk to him.
I mean, it doesn't take much courage to kill a hobgoblin that's chained up.
I stand with my statement.
Man's afraid of his own shadow.
Who has talked to him?
I just
Exactly.
know.
He's spookable.
But we
We'll see
know
what happens.
sometimes the people that are afraid the most are the most happy to kill the helpless ones.
Mm.
We could
Look
kill
like a
Yormal.
big hero killing the chained up hobgoblin. Yes, Yormil, savior of the town, kills the last remaining hobgoblin.
It sounds oddly specific.
So, Tor, I appreciate you patching me up and all, but
You're welcome.
who are you and why are you here?
I am Ron Tor. You can call me Tor. I'm here in the Vale. Well, I was traveled down south. Yes. And now I'm in the Vale. It's warm, but I can make it a little cooler. It's nice. And now Runar is here, and so I thought I would have breakfast with you all.
That was a whole lot of not why.
I'm
And
hungry.
a whole lot of how.
I came in, it was early, I had a little provision on the road. I was still hungry. This is a much better meal.
What's your plan after?
Where are you on your way to?
Because if you're going that way, Point Cross River, I don't know if that's the best idea.
Well, I was coming across the Vale, looking to do some business for a patron that I came into contact with after your lovely hospitality.
I hope this is a reputable patron.
Yes, I think so. Okay.
Yes, they certainly have repute.
that occurred to me. Yes, people have heard of him.
Thor is a man you can trust to his word, and not a step beyond it.
Yes.
But I'm also assuming that Toronto knows what I meant when I asked that. So
I'm from everything I can tell, they like me are trying to help people to feel better, take away pain and hurt, and that's what I'm doing.
Anyone I know, or is it a secret? Or neither?
Maybe they. I'm not sure. You might have met them. I'm trying to remember. You have like always been around the Vale, right? And like.
For a large part of my life, I grew up in the mountains. I think most dwarves do, but by the time I reached like young adulthood, I was, out amongst the cleric city of what's called not Brittenell, Denevar. Yes. And I spent most of a long time there. I'm like, what did I say, 160 or something.
How old am I?
132. About 160, 132. And I'm 4'4".
Yeah, you might have. You know many people from the Vale. I think you
You don't want to tell me.
probably met them.
It's okay. Just curious. Are there other openings for other people that are looking to follow a similar path?
Well, it's a business venture. You
Like a startup?
yeah.
All right.
They're they're looking to sell some goods, kind of like merchants, but smaller, and I am looking for helping them to find some opportunity, making some sales, maybe helping to find crops for them.
It sounds like bullshit.
Well, it sounds reputable enough, depending on the crop, but okay.
You can't be serious.
I mean,
Be a drug dealer.
Cocaine also comes from a crop, right? That's true.
I mean, I don't care, but you can't be serious. I was like just staring down Redrick, like, this is willful ignorance. Why can't I get some of this willful ignorance?
He knows you too long.
Go sleep outside of someone else's house. Don't worry about Yormo.
I'm not. I'm not grilling it. Or what about Yormo?
You're not understanding the point of that statement, but that's alright. Alright, I'm gonna go look for some goblins.
I'm gonna go try and convince, I guess, a today partial towns meeting of people to see us talk to the goblin. For lack of a better plan.
I have since rethought that idea, and I think that has the potential to do more harm than good by a pretty wide margin.
If he says the wrong things.
I'm gonna either stop you before you leave or walk out with you to talk to you.
What do you think we should do then? Our time. I'll give an alternative method for us to talk to this goblin.
I think we should just kill him. I don't think there's information to be trusted coming from him.
Well, in 4 days, we think the army will be here before that, right?
I would bet so.
Do we have any way to expedite this meeting?
That's why I'm gonna go talk to to Yormal.
Because if we've, then I think we go with that. First, because like you said, talking to the hobgoblin for the council members could cause more harm than good. And so it could be our last ditch effort if all else is lost and we don't have any other choices left to us. We can try that. And the worst thing that happens is we're still waiting 4 days for a council meeting. And it'll be too late anyway. Council meeting 4 days is moot.
True.
The army will be here, and that will convince them. Better or worse.
How big is the town?
Do you mean like as far as people or size?
Yes.
I mean, you can probably see almost all of it from like the shore.
Okay.
At least at the town proper. Remember, there are a lot of outlying farmland.
True. But Zach would be the.
It's about 1,100 people.
Was there much panic from this raid in the
So
town?
they were prepared, so there were no people out of doors that you saw.
Yeah.
Everyone was in their houses. Now you remember seeing some people peeking out between curtains and stuff. That's the town proper.
Yeah, but people would have seen it.
Yeah, oh for sure. Yeah. No one. There was no like craziness. There was no,
Pillaging.
yeah, like
yeah, but it's no like people know that they just got attacked by a
Yes.
swarm of hobgoblins.
yes.
Why don't we just tell people?
Seems like the townspeople. We haven't tried just going door to door. If that's what you mean.
Or tavern to tavern,
No.
best way, right?
Yeah.
There too.
Tavern to tavern, and back to the tavern, and back to the other tavern.
I think
Bar crowds rotate.
I mean, Callan's the tavern owner. He's not too keen with all of this, but that doesn't mean he can.
Oh, he's the
Six.
other major
Well, I'm not
opposition.
saying. I don't think we go inform them with speeches. I
No.
think we go tell them how scary it is.
I think we did try.
There's
to
so
people
many more. Yeah, but
in the tavern.
how were they attacked by goblins before?
No, not yet. This hopefully does change some minds. Maybe that's why he was able to get a meeting in 4 days versus not any meeting at all.
Bring a few heads. Separate heads never go out of style.
That's what I was thinking
too.
Nothing's perfect.
Just like Grandma always said.
Yeah.
But also the impression that we got from Winston is that the townspeople generally won't go unless the town council agrees it's in their best interest. That's what we were told from them.
That was what we
Is that
heard, right?
accurate?
Yes.
What we've heard?
That's what
Yeah.
that's what I thought was the.
How often have they evacuated the town for hobgoblin raid?
Probably not in anyone alive's lifetime here.
Myself included.
They don't know when to be afraid because they've never had to be.
Winston didn't strike me as a I'll tell you things so that you can do things on your own kind of guy. He struck me as yes, only I say things and people listen to me. He is the thought leader, so it makes sense. But perhaps we can also help corral thought.
Exhibit thought leadership as well.
Yes.
The thought being
Smart.
what? For him to. I'm not understanding.
No, we just tell people at the bar. That's what
We speak. They're all town speakers.
I see.
Yes. Some of us even speak to the hobgoblins.
Yeah.
We can do that. I think I might go with you to your mills if that's okay with you. But we can cover more years if we split up, I suppose.
I'm
Cover ears, you say.
And 4 more of them. Then.
Yes.
If we take them and start a group that's very fond of games.
Then we play follow the leader out of the town, we save them, and start a cult.
Got him. It's a foolproof plan.
I'll join Rex. I think my ability to unsettle you people is much better than my ability to convince you.
Agreed.
I will go with Rex.
No.
So wait, sorry, what?
Rex is heading out north
You're
to
so...
examine
Yeah.
where along the river the goblins might have crossed.
Where are you, and what are you guys doing?
We're going to the most stubborn jackass in
To
town
your holes.
to try and convince him to not wait for
Oh, Caleb really wants to go talk to you. But I will do you want an extra set of hands?
I'll always take your tour.
So the three of you head out north along the river. You find that the first mile or two is quite easy going until the Witchwood gets very, very dense. And there are no real paths here. And you find that the river here narrows significantly. And the forest crowds in right up to the banks, which are often very steep or tall. And while that might seem like a more narrow river might seem like it would be easier to cross, it does flow significantly faster. And you do not get the sense that this would be wise at all to try to cross with the steep banks on either side. But you forge on through the forest. You make pretty good time with you leading the way. I mean, at this point, I think all of you are pretty well traveled, right? So it's not going to be too much trouble. Would you mind giving me a survival check for your travels while you go?
Sure. Can I guidance him?
Yes.
Guidance.
I'm glad I did. I'm not done leaving there.
What does guidance give me on that?
+1.
Okay. That will be 25.
So you make really good time, and you actually, by the time you get sort of within that range of knowing that you're going to have to turn back to make it back to the town, you break through the forest and into marshland. And two things happen. One, visibility goes up because there isn't nearly as much tree coverage. But your progress slows down because the marsh underfoot is so boggy and soft. It really slows down your travel. However, you do notice that in this area, the river widens significantly and becomes wadable in places. I think you are fairly sure if anyone was crossing the river nearby, it's going to be in this area.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say the other part of this, but that pretty much clears it, is that my lore skill is in scouting, which for like an army's like advanced parties would be applicable.
Your guess is that that you from here, because of the lack of trees, you can see that the marsh extends for miles north, and there are visible tributaries to this river coming from the west, and you would suspect that it would be pretty trivial for a group of hobgoblins to come following one of those tributaries and then wade across the river in this area, this marshy area, and then head into the forest where travel was a little quicker. And for context, you're about 8 or 9 miles north of the town along the river at this point.
Gotcha. Well, this is more bad news.
It's a lot closer than I would have hoped.
It's not easy traveling, but they certainly can use it. And have, by the look of it. Oh, they're not here yet. So, I guess...
For the record, you see no evidence of, like, current occupation or travel or
That's,
army presence at all.
Alright, that's good.
So
And
this is how far up away from town?
8 or 9 miles. And, as I love to say, mind you, I do have vision that allows me to see 4 times further than the normal person. And I'm assuming that statement stands of nobody within sight.
You notice some local fauna,
Yeah.
you know, but you don't see any sign of like a war band or even smaller groups of any kind.
Okay.
You see a hobgoblin, but it clearly is a local.
He's got a bag of like mushrooms on his back. He looks up.
He's just like opens a jacket, tries to sell you a watch or like an I Heart Drillins Ferry
That's just
shirt.
Scratchy, you know, the local hobgoblin up in these
Scratchy. I like the idea that he's just like farming mushrooms out here in the
Yeah.
bog, just like
farming.
living his life. Yeah.
One
He thinks it's
super
farming.
drugged up hobgoblin. I love it. I love it.
Well, they're not coming from here tonight.
So while that's happening, you guys head to Yormils.
Stop them if they do.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you walk across the town and you find 2 guards who have doffed their armor and are dragging bodies off the front lawn of Yormel's property. They look at you. They don't seem mad. They seem disappointed.
I start helping.
Just their parents.
I don't say anything. I just start helping them take the bodies out of here.
They look confused when you do this, but they don't say anything.
If they look confused, I'll be like, I think the point's been made.
Their eyes kind of go wide at that in agreeance, but they do not say anything.
Gotta think of what Davian would do, not what Reese would do. Reese would take this opportunity while these guards are not wearing their armor and are doing another test to just go in the front. Davian's considering doing the same thing, which is being invisible. How far away from the house are they carrying these corpses?
They're carrying them basically off the front yard, around the house, and then basically dumping them in a ditch at the edge of the property.
Just imagining.
Smell great. for
Just
a few
having
days.
a
Probably
pile
smell
of
bad
a dozen corpses in your backyard.
It will continue to smell.
They don't strike me as.
I'll wait until they're like carrying, like towards the ditch if possible. I mean, I kind of just want to go in the front door if it's open.
I mean, you can try. Absolutely.
Are they where they're carrying these bodies? Is it far enough away that I can just like get in the front door?
Yeah, like they would be out of sight by the time that they're like they could not see the front door from where they're dropping these bodies.
Okay.
Like it's clear that whoever has instructed them to do this does not want to see them. So they're out of sight when this happens for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. When they take a body or two down to the ditch, I'm gonna go up to the front door. I guess first I'll just see if it's unlocked.
It is.
Okay. I'm gonna open the door and I'm gonna take like one step inside the threshold. And I'm just gonna shout. Not shout, but like loudly say,
So
"So how many?"
okay, so before this happens, like as soon as you open the door and step inside, you see what looks like a servant, like a young woman who looks to be like cleaning the home, and she just like stares at you. Do you still say that?
I will no.
Okay.
I will cordially give a slight bow to her. And will ask her to summon the master of the house.
She sort of shuffles off, like sidestepping, like so she can watch you, and then moves into an adjacent room and brings back a gentleman who looks to be like some sort of valet or a butler or of sorts. He's a little bit more together, and he says, "Excuse me, your name?"
Davian, both here.
And the topic of your purpose of your visit today.
Yormel's yard ornaments.
His brow furrows a moment, and then he raises an eyebrow. And what is it you wanted to talk about in relation to the
I
ornaments?
simply wanted to arrange the delivery of whatever requisite amount the master of the house would demand.
He looks confused a little bit, and then he says, yes, of course, I will speak to Yormel on your behalf.
That's so nice of him.
It is only maybe 30 seconds before you hear yelling from in the house. And shortly after the man returns, it looks like, unlike the guards, this gentleman is quite accustomed to being berated. He does not look like... I mean, if you hadn't heard it, you would have guessed nothing had happened.
Totally calm conversation occurred, yeah.
It seems...
Just Tuesday.
It seems Master Yormel is currently rather busy. He has requested that you return another time that please you.
So they can berate me again.
Still just Reese versus Davian.
You just like walk out,
Very-
walk right back in. Hey, I'm back.
Davian seems a little smoother than Reese, maybe. Don't let that stop you.
Everyone can have a change of heart at any point in time.
Need 20 seconds. What are you doing outside?
Who wouldn't become a little snarkier in the face?
Wherever
of
you went,
this
probably.
guy?
Right?
And assuming that I know where you went, and then being worried.
You like drop a body, look back, Davian's gone.
And go, oh boy.
I think you would have heard the yelling
Oh.
on the inside. Yeah.
I think Davian went to go talk to your
How
master.
how huge is this like house that I'm in?
Big. Like, probably 8 to 10 bedrooms.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's all.
There's not
One of them smells real bad.
One of them's
The guards look at you when you say that, and then one of them mutters under their breath, like maybe silently enough that they're like not sure whether you'd hear it, like almost more to themselves than to you. They say, "Well, I didn't hear anything."
I love these two.
Yeah.
Balkan skull.
Partially an interesting partially an interesting
Old Power
time.
Rangers.
Um,
Oh, they're
what do you two do with all this?
OG Power Rangers buffoons.
It's not your master telling you what to think.
No, I do remember that.
They like look at each other, and they say, "They pay a lot. He pays a lot better than farming."
That doesn't surprise me at all. Does that money buy his loyalty as well?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you live here by yourselves? Do you live with family? Is the money he pays you worth more than the incoming threat? And to you and whoever you care about in this town?
Oh well, I mean we have homes here in town. We'd never be able to afford them otherwise.
Sure. You're protected. I know. I haven't. This is my first visit to Yorma's house prior to this morning's delivery, excluding this morning's delivery. As far as I understand it, the first time one of my friends visited, it didn't go very well. The same amount of not yelling.
Right.
Right. And I just, if he's paying you to protect him,
then you're obligated to kidnap him and leave town.
he's not seeing what's on the horizon just beyond the trees, and you're going to have a much harder time protecting him when that army's on our doorstep. And then at that point, I don't know him, but based on what I've heard, I feel that he won't hesitate to throw your lives just to slow them down while he gets away.
Well, whatever you might think about Yormel, he's stern, but he's a good businessman. He's very wealthy.
I don't doubt that, and I can see the latter. Just looking at his house. I simply am questioning his common sense and how it is at war with his greed.
Well, I mean, he's assured us that these creatures coming won't be able to do much. I mean, he told us all about the fighting that happened today, and apparently no one was even killed.
You should have lost.
Yeah, like, I wish he would have died.
We should have let what's his name?
Yeah.
That'd have been a
Wait
wait
till
for
he
the
gets in the fireball radius.
No one died because my friends and I were here making sure the townspeople were safe. Hrathgar was going to be facing 15 of them by himself otherwise. When we're here because we understand the threat. We've seen it. Yormel believes what he wants to believe and thinks that he'll be safe here. He won't be. This was only a harrying force. This was but a fragment of what they're capable of. A splinter.
I don't mean any disrespect.
I-
Truly, I just, it's the Veil. We don't have armies of hobgoblins.
I assume these are both human?
Yeah, they're both humans.
I know it. I've been living here for 100 years longer than you have. I don't mean any disrespect that either. But the Veil has seen. We've been blessed here to see so much peace. Two members that are in our group hail from the north, and based on all the things they've been saying, it's not nearly so nice there. We've been lucky, but that luck was bound to run out eventually. Just because we haven't seen it in our lifetimes doesn't mean it's not here.
They both look unconvinced. Like they just. It seems like it's almost too far a leap for them to really take what you're saying seriously. But they're not mean about it. They're not like they're not malicious. In fact, they introduce themselves. They'll say one of them introduces himself as Aldo, and the other as Lucio, and they thank you. They say, we really both appreciate. Aldo is the one that's talking. Lucio said like nothing this whole time. We really appreciate what you and your friends are doing here. I mean, it's clear you're very competent. Serana thinks very highly of you.
If you value Serana's opinion, you know what she thinks about evacuating, I hope.
I've heard Serana is not one to share her opinions. It's only rumors. But if that's truly the best thing, I think the town council would say so.
I think they would if they would open their eyes. But apparently we can't even get Yormil, like it's toward his house, to agree to a meeting for 4 days from now. By which time the army will already be here, based on everything we understand about their movements and the maps we've found and the intelligence we've gathered. And it'll be too late. And we took out the dwarven bridge to the west into the Witchwood.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure Yorma was not thrilled about that.
No, that is certainly one of the reasons he's so upset.
We took that out because we saw a piece of their forces that they had just there, and the dragon they had at their disposal. If that dragon, by the time we see that dragon on the horizon, Yorma won't have time to put his shoes on before it's on us.
Aldo continues to look really unconvinced.
Sure.
Lucio, for the first time, speaks up and says, "You're just trying to talk to Yormil?
Well, yeah.
Listen, he's an asshole.
I smile. I get at this.
But he's keen in terms of business. Have you thought about?" He kind of looks at your get up, your sword and armor and stuff.
Sure.
Paying him, giving a gift.
Oh, I didn't think it would be worth his time, but if you think that, what's enough to get his attention? But, I mean, considering his house and his warehouse and all that's his, I assumed that we wouldn't be able to sum enough together to get his attention.
His warehouse.
Oh, he's a lot of things. But he is a greedy bastard. I don't know how much it would take, but probably less than you think. Yeah. Anyway, so you.
Protection rack.
I'll give him his warehouse.
So you've been in the house now. What are you? Did you decide what you want to do to that?
Yes. I am going to, after this, just start speaking much more loudly, and just. How many, Yormil? How many scalps do I need to deliver here before you leave?
How many gold pieces? Sorry, I slung that outside.
I mean, how much money will it take? This is a great idea that I thought of before this moment.
You hear like what sounds like doors slamming or like something being thrown across a room, and stomping as someone comes out from the hallway and sort of like looks around the corner at you, and the servants, the butler and the other servant that you ran into, sort of like disappear, and he just like squints at you, scowling, and he says, "How dare you get out of my home?" He's got like he's tall. He's probably like 6'4", but he's older. He's an older gentleman. He's got like a halo of white hair, and like a really creased face, like he's just been scowling since birth. But he looks maybe a little bit. He's got like a bit of a paunch, but he's not like, he doesn't look unhealthy or anything.
How many hobgoblins will it take? There were 5 more, but I
Kill
blew
them
away.
Kill them all, and then we won't have to worry about this, huh? How about that?
Quite frankly, I don't give a damn if they get you, but from what I hear, your vote on this town's council carries a lot more weight than I would deem it worthy, but I want to save the people of Drellin's Ferry.
Oh yeah, save the people. I agreed to talk to you 4 days from now, 4 days time. I feel that is perfectly fair. I shouldn't be speaking to you at all And here you are, knocking down my door, assaulting my dear servants. What right do you have? Aldo! Aldo, come in here! and you see the look on Aldo's face just go white, like he's just like, oh god. And then after a moment, you know, if you hear someone sort of trudging in the front yard and opening the door behind you. Aldo does the most fake, like, display of surprise.
Oh!
Yeah, basically. Just like, and says, what are you doing here? You should leave.
That's right. What right do you have? Why are you so insistent upon fighting this?
Are you tell this, you're talking to Yormel?
Yeah.
I don't want to fight anything. Isn't that what you're for?
The goblins that were left on your lawn today are but a small sample of what is to come.
Are you trying to intimidate, or are you just trying to get a point across?
I mean, I guess persuade.
Yeah, that would it's not. It didn't seem overtly
Right,
intimidation,
I'm
so
not
I
trying to
wasn't
be
sure. I
this
thought I'd
dragon
ask.
is going to come and specifically kill you.
His scowl just deepens, and he seems like you can see his complexion has gone from sort of pallid to just beet red, and he just sort of shakes a little bit as he stares at you, like almost like staring contest. Like that's what he's trying to do.
I have a weird new friend, so I'm good at this now.
After like in an uncomfortably long silence, Aldo sort of like puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, sort of very quietly, just so probably Yormel can't hear, he just says, "Perhaps it's time to go."
All right, well, I guess we'll figure out what your limit is, and I will leave.
And yeah, Aldo sort of leads you out, closes the door, and he doesn't say anything to you. He has a look on his face that's sort of like a mix between apologetic and embarrassed and maybe a little bit concerned for what's going to happen to him, for the rest of the day. But after he sort of leads you to the end of the lane and then just says, "Thank you for visiting."
I love these games.
Are we still moving bodies, or are we done?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it'll take a little while, but
Actually, yeah, so we have more time. So as they come out, to be like, I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to turn you against him, even though it doesn't seem like it would be very hard. It's just, I just want you to think about what you have and what you'll be thinking in a couple of days when things make a turn for the worse, and what you may have wished you'd have done. That's all. I'm just trying to make people think about the things they don't want to think about. And like, I won't say much more to that as far as I will continue to help with the bodies.
Aldo will ask you, what would you have us do? I mean, we don't have jobs in any other cities. We can't just take our families and leave our homes and belongings and...
I mean, you can take what you can carry and your families and flee and survive instead of staying here to either die or
What,
escape
and
with less.
just hope that someone will take care of us?
I don't think about hope, but if the option is death or a chance, what would you take?
Well, it seems as though that option is not on the table yet.
The council needs to get their act together. Just convincing who I can. When I can. Opening their eyes.
What does Davian do after he's sort of left to the street?
Yeah, you can't see
I
as far as
am
I can see.
seriously pondering killing this
What?
guy, but
One
also,
fourth the distance I
the,
can
you
see.
know, our recent interactions with him would strongly point a finger immediately back to us. So,
Put a loose
Did-
hobgoblin in there.
Do we still have that hobgoblin arrow?
Of course. Why wouldn't? Yeah.
I mean, you probably have a lot of hobgoblin arrows considering.
So,
I have one that I took out of my chest this morning.
In the same spot.
Yeah.
so unless there's anything else specific you want to accomplish, I'd say at this point, we're at dusk. You guys get back to the town.
So on our way back,
Yeah.
I did want to talk to Rex. After we sort of go on this hours-long 8-mile hike out, looking around, some of us less far than others.
1/4 is
Yeah.
1/4 even.
Imagine. Eventually, trees get in your way.
Yeah. You learn to.
It says 1/4 is far. Obviously, he sees through the trees.
Yeah, of course.
On the way back, I would say, Rex,
Yeah.
you going to kill the hobgoblin?
Are you gonna talk to Redrick? That's gonna answer. That will dictate the way that I answer this.
Wait,
question.
you're gonna kill that? You're gonna kill that hobgoblin? My surprise face.
Redrick, he helped me
Sure.
for a long time.
Yep. Does that for a lot
Helps.
of people.
Many people.
Yep.
I get the impression that you don't help people the same way that he does.
I would agree that it looks very different.
But some people get good help from him. Yes, it's good that we have people like Redrick in
Yep.
the world.
I agree.
And so, is there anything he's going to say that stops you from killing Hobgoblin?
Probably not. If you want my professional opinion of how this will be handled, he will say farewell to said hobgoblin. I will not be around during departure. However, I will have a bow quite ready for when the hobgoblin attempts to ford the river.
Redrick is good because he's an honest man.
Yep, and he will continue to be honest about the fact that he let that hobgoblin go in good faith.
But it makes it hard for him to be honest if he knows what you're going to do.
That's true. That's why I asked you if you were going to tell him or not.
So just, if you're going to kill the hobgoblin, wait till he's not around. Don't mention it to him.
I have worked with him before. Generally, things go better that way. Sometimes he finds out, and then we have some issues.
It seems like it would be easier to just do it without all the winking and nodding.
Who? Listen, he said he was gonna let him go, and I said, sounds like that's what you're gonna do.
But if you weren't going to kill him, you probably just wouldn't say anything.
I think you're highly underestimating what Redrick expects me to do, regardless of what I say. Listen, I tried to say nothing to him last night, and he still didn't let me do what I was trying to do.
You came to me and said we're very suspicious.
Where's this fucking bird?
just.
Sometimes the things that need to be done must be done by the men with dirty hands, and it can be done so that the good ones can stay good.
Wow. I known you for like 8 to 10 hours. So
You ever walked with someone for 8 hours? By the end, you're best friends.
So I appreciate
That's a fair point.
Or you really hate each
Or
other.
awkward silence. Yeah.
I appreciate the.
I kind of suspect that throughout this 8-hour walk, there's been a decent amount. I suspect that all the stuff that we haven't acted out has actually been Tor and Rex getting along pretty well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This isn't coming quite as out of the blue as
Right.
this interaction
Yeah,
is.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, still gonna do it. It needs to be done.
Oh, yeah, no. If that hobgoblin goes, he comes back and shoots arrows at us. I think if he's dead, it's better. I just think let Redrick feel like he's
not
doing
incompetent.
doing everything he can.
Well, he is certainly doing that. Unfortunately, he knows he's working with the constraints of working with me. And whether I say something to him or not, he can be willfully ignorant about it, but he's not an idiot.
I think he prefers not to be willfully ignorant.
I would agree with you. That would require me to not kill this hobgoblin.
No, just don't say anything.
This feels like lying by omission,
Yes.
which is not better. Just to be clear, this is not an improvement.
No, I'm not saying this so you're a better person.
I've never been worried about my character during this conversation. So
I'm saying it so
carry on.
I'm saying it so that Redrick can be.
All right. End result's still the same.
Well, apart from the thrilling conversation, you don't really encounter anything untoward on your trip back, and you make it maybe a little after dusk back to the town. And I think you guys would probably find each other back in the tavern, if nothing else. I mean, food's sort of hot and ready for you, but if there's anything else you want to do before you sort of call it a day, absolutely. There's time.
All right, Redrick,
We
need you to get across the river with the horses.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I do say that, but then I just laugh afterwards.
Once we get back to the tavern, are there any people around?
Yes. Taverns are pretty full.
Yeah, I would
A lot of reasons to be drinking.
over dinner loudly talk about how dangerous those hobgoblins were. how I can't believe that they're just the scouting party.
People are definitely listening. It's unavoidable. You don't notice any like immediate side effects. Like no one talks to you about it. No one asks. Maybe the amount of ale being consumed increases a little bit after hearing this, but
Who's the biggest one? Who has the most like strength out of our party?
I'm definitely the tallest one. I don't have this most strength.
I'm the strongest, but I'm not the tallest.
I would just talk about how like I can't believe you took like that those hobgoblins just took so much out of you, and the number of arrows that hit all of us, and how I can't believe we barely survived, and it was only 15 of them.
Then I'll say, imagine what happens when the other 5,000 show up.
Imagine what happens when you're not wearing full plate.
You believe that the council is taking 4 days. 4 days.
4 days.
When the threat is...
Well, Yormil, he's very busy.
Ah, yes.
He's very busy. His warehouse is full of supplies and needs to be sold and needs all that money, I'm sure, to protect the town from the 5,000 goblins.
Seems like a very altruistic man.
Yes. If there's one thing everyone knows, it is how selfless Yormil is.
His character is truly flawless.
one of the
I fund and fuel the drinks.
One of the after a few rounds of drinks and some time passes, one of the merchants, one of the several merchants that is boarding at the old bridge, approaches probably the two of you and says, sort of under his breath, "Was that true what you said about the town council meeting in 4 days? Are they gonna open the road back up to the west?"
Is the road closed?
Well, yeah, they're like they have a blockade up. Are they gonna, or is this hobgoblin problem gonna be done?
To the west. The hobgoblins are coming from the west, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The hobgoblins will probably open up the blockade.
And Rex will absolutely just slam his hammer down and just spit.
I don't know about that. It might be the dragon instead.
The dragon would go over the blockade.
Wonder if they have any trolls.
Or maybe now they don't have a bridge to live under.
We've seen bugbears and...
I take full responsibility for that.
He just sort of
All the
shrinks
homeless
away
dwarves.
from the table slowly and just like sort of disappears upstairs into his rooms.
As he shrinks away, he'll just be like,
That's what we talked about the first
the
thing.
only safe road anytime soon is to the east.
He just sort of nods, clearly understanding what you're saying. Sort of takes off.
And I'll feed into the story that Tor is telling by mentioning the aspect of everything. And it's not just over the ferry that they're going to come. I mean, it only took us, an afternoon to go north of the city to the marsh and back. That's where a handful of them came today. Probably bring half an army from there. They don't even need to cross the ferry, and there's no blockade to the north.
No. That was a afternoon hike.
Won't take much warning.
They could walk in here tomorrow.
They probably won't.
I'm sure the council knows what they are doing.
There's no way that they would choose to schedule a council meeting for 4 days if they weren't absolutely certain that the army was at least 5 days away.
I'm sure that they've handled many hobgoblin raids before.
Yeah,
They seem very confident.
that's why they
Well,
left.
raids, yes, actually.
That's why they
Little
left.
raids.
That's why they left the 15 on this side to us, because they were sure there would be just 5 adventurers in town willing to protect it while they put all of their defenses across the river.
Wish I could read the future like that.
I hear ya.
Speaking of, when is the army gonna get here? Just kidding.
After the sort of initial sort of heavy rounds of drinking from your nearby patrons, people start retiring early, and it quiets out before close, basically. As you guys
Is
are,
Kellen glaring at us?
Kellen does not seem super pleased. He doesn't say anything to you, but he's like out by the bar, like watching you.
He's funding the drinks. We're his best friends right now.
I will head over to Kellen. I'll sit down.
Keep asking.
And he like looks at you, sort of sighs,
I will
and
not
says,
drink my beer.
How about How about you and I crack open another cup of that good stuff you got this morning each on our benefactor to cover a little bit of the early goers.
you know, I'm not going to tell you no.
I know.
Shut up, baby. Yeah, no.
He so he pours you stiff drink and says, really though, have you guys spotted the army? Do you know how far away they are?
The problem is, if we hadn't slowed them down with the bridge and the forest giants, they'd probably be here tomorrow.
The what? The forest giants?
Yeah, we've been at work.
Okay.
He was real big, and he had like nasty disease. And I went over, but Runar over there healed him, and Redrick negotiated. Listen, it's above my pay grade. I'll be honest right now. I'm just glad that I didn't have to see what happens when one of those things punches you.
I'll be honest. I just thought they were a rumor. Thought they were a myth.
I hadn't seen one until just a handful of days ago, but I also had never seen a dragon, so there's that. And that was worse. That interaction, in fact, went way worse than the forest giant one.
Well, we're all alive, so that part went okay.
It's true.
And our mission was accomplished.
Well,
Look,
just so you know, I'm not against having this discussion. I'm not convinced
that's
we
fine.
should be fleeing our establishments here, but it's not like I was trying to delay.
I know, you're no Yormel. You'll sit and have a drink with me. You're good people. But, look, I don't want to see you or any of your family. Like, I don't want to see you out of business, but I also really don't want to see you dead. One thing we can do is, I almost said go back to Bantor. One thing.
Blue
Brindle.
firework goes off
Okay.
without crazy.
I mean, really the responsibilities for me sits even heavier on Brindle for sending, as far as I know, a couple of these guys out here to try and take Serana back, because whoever that prick is that runs things in Brindle,
Lord Drummond.
whoever that prick is that runs things in Brindle, he's just looking out for his own hide. Serana's only still here. She got an order to head back. She's only still here because she cares about you guys. And, I mean, at the end of the day, if you guys come back here after we finally get some action from the rest of the Vale, we can stop whatever's coming. You can reopen a tavern. Unfortunately, I'm pretty good at putting down hobgoblins and other creatures, but I'm not real good at bringing things back from the dead.
Well, okay, so if we do have to leave, obviously worst case scenario,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like Brindle's going to be too happy to have a bunch of refugees. Any other place you suggest we go?
I was thinking about this a bit during our walk back. We did, like I said, we did go north. And that marsh, I think I said about the marsh and them wading across, that's definitely how they got into town today. But, while Brindle might not be receptive at first, I look over at Redrick.
Oh boy.
They've got he's got a monastery. They've got what's the name of the Douth?
South of Dallas, yeah.
I mean, they're, as far as I know, from what I've seen, they've fixed up Douth to be a proper, or working its way towards being a proper city again.
What is south of Tarleton on the road? It's like one of the few roads that goes specifically like out of what is on our map here.
The mountains, where the dwarves live.
Oh, okay.
Dwarven settlements in the mountains.
All right.
Yep.
So that's probably not an option.
They're
I mean, it would be safe. But would they let you in? Don't know.
It seems their main goal is to head for, as far as we can tell, their main goal is to head straight through the Vale to Brindle. Seems like Douth is at least a place that will take people in, and also has some people who are willing to hold their ground and watch out for you guys. Much more than here, where you're being left out to dry by Brindle.
Well, if Brindle falls, then I don't know if it's going to be safe regardless, but...
I mean, listen, I might have had to, these are going to be some bold claims. I'm going to keep this on the low before I start shouting this out loud, and somebody holds me to it before I'm ready to be held to it. Between you and me, I'm pissed off that I had to run from that dragon. At some point, I'm taking that son of a bitch down, and it's going to be before Brindle. Brindle ain't going to fall on my watch.
Well,
And that's a bold claim I'll make right here to you. And I'll slam the rest of the drink that he gave me.
Did you guys hear that?
he'll finish
what's
his
so
glass
funny.
as well, and he'll put it upside down on the table, but he'll push the remains of the bottle to you, and he'll say, cheers enough to that. I think I'm done for the day. And he sort of starts wiping down the bar, and but he gives you a little smirk and tells you all, like, good night, and we'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Callan, what room's that new guy in? The guy who was asking about the roads to the west?
It's not new.
The
Should
merchant.
have been in town for a bit.
Oh yeah, the merchants here have been here for a while. The locals don't usually come here to this this tavern.
You know any of them that are checking out tomorrow heading east? Or they all just waiting to head west?
Well, you might have convinced some of them tonight. I don't know, but no one was planning on leaving. You got to keep in mind they've got a warehouse full of goods waiting to cross the river.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking for someone heading east to Brindle that we can have a letter delivered, warning them. Looking for a messenger who's going that way.
Oh well, I can certainly tell you if I hear anybody's leaving.
All right, I appreciate it.
Any of these merchants would head straight to Brindle too, so it'd be a good choice.
Yeah. Good messenger. option.
True, but yeah. Go myself if I wasn't trying to do what we could here.
Well,
After Kellen, checks in, I'll just rejoin our table and say to Redrick, so you guys could at your monastery probably support say 1,100 people or something, right?
You got a sizable donation to
Sure.
build up a bunch of infrastructure and
Yeah, we got a warehouse
Plant-
full of goods. It's
plant-
gonna be empty
maybe
soon.
like plant new crops last year for this year. They're ready to go and yeah, no. I could take a couple more. I don't know, maybe even 100 would be probably stretching it. Zach, if you can, I don't know if you can confirm with me, but
100 what?
100 more people at the
Oh.
just 100 would be tough, I think.
Is that
Yeah.
the point on the map that says take prisoners?
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah.
It is,
I'm
yeah.
just making sure.
It's occurred to me, Rex. I'd love it to be a place. I mean, it has some semblance of some old walls of an old fort, but I mean, pieces of it are completely crumbled. Kind of like that fort we visited in the Witchwood.
Yeah, I mean it's better than here though,
It is,
and it's at least somewhere to stop some of them,
but
and
it's,
maybe more of them can carry on to. Is it Prosser?
Prosser.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
And some of them could go to Prosser.
Do I know how safe that forest is to travel through? There seems to be a path. Oh wait, no, that's this map. That's where they want to go.
No, that's right. I mean, it's
Is there a path through that?
yeah.
Is that forest relatively safe to travel through?
The forest between
Doth and to the east, to
Doth and Prosser.
yes, I believe that's actually a pretty boring place.
Pretty boring, red, safe forest to
I mean,
travel.
If
No giant spiders here.
if Brindle Strip won't take them, I mean, where else can they go?
Oh yeah, that's a very safe area.
I'm just. Army's not gonna go for the small stuff based on their war map. That's gonna be things they'll pick up later,
I feel like they'll probably split a piece of their army.
probably, and that'll be manageable. How many of your I don't know, acolytes you got down there?
I mean, not a lot. A lot of people are. There's some people who came to change the way they live, and never really found a new place, and just decided that it just ended up being that their new place was at at Redemption's Roost. As far as people that can fight, we've never been tested like that. We've never really been needed to. I don't know. I literally don't have these numbers or anything, but I would guess I might have 2 or 3 people who are a little more who are fairly competent, who I trust to run the place when I'm not there, and then maybe form a dozen half decent militia that don't really have combat experience, but are built for the task. I don't know. It's not a place meant to be defended like that. It's kind of meant to be a place to get away from all that. But I won't deny that it attracts people who have come from that background. So maybe there's more of them than I think there are. Not enough to stop an army.
Well, there's also going to be quite a few people with nothing to do that could be put to work making it a properly defensible city.
Yeah. But they have to know about it first. And it's not a city. Doth is a city, of course, but this place is like I said, it's not too dissimilar from that fort we attacked. At least in my head. I don't know if what it was in your head.
I mean, I was kind of visualizing the same thing. Like, the Douth is just not that big. So I kind of was foreseeing seeing it as like a sort of semi-self-sustaining, because it can't really just like rely on trade to, keep itself alive.
Yeah. I mean, as far as size goes, my commune, I imagine it's probably like it is the size of the keep plus like farmland around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever small outbuildings and living quarters that you could build
Yeah.
fairly inexpensively.
Yeah.
Brindle's everyone's best bet. If it inconveniences them, the lords of Brindle.
You can just close the gate. Not let anybody in. Well, that worries me. I hope they don't do that. But if he's willing to recall his Sorana, just because he's getting a little nervous up at his high tower, it wouldn't surprise me if he closed the doors for the same reason.
Closed doors can be open.
Yeah, by siege machines or dragons.
Just like the blockade.
Oh God.
You know what? It really feels like these people don't want to be saved.
What's
Done
the worst
trying to
that can
drag
happen?
your
We
kicking
just
and
take all the
screaming
people
get
over
there.
there.
Oh.
Should I see him outside again tonight? Because that worked out really well last time. Probably not. What's the odds?
After the stuff happened this morning, I would have recalled Evan and let him go to sleep during the day
Mm-hmm.
because he was flying last night.
Perfect. Well, regardless of where you choose to rest,
That sounds ridiculous, but do we want to take watch tonight? Where at each point, one of us is at least keeping an eye on the town in case something happens.
I'll keep the first 4x one.
We keep the first what?
first 4x watch.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
the
rest
other
of
four of
them
us
is
can
gonna be 1x, but
Yeah.
watch the rest of it.
If
Yeah.
he watches for 4 hours, we each watch for 1 hour.
Yeah.
We all see the
He's
same
four
amount of
times-
stuff.
He's 4 times as good. It's far.
oh god,
Yeah, I think
What-
that's a good idea.
I agree.
Yeah, if you guys say that, once the sort of room starts clearing out, you'll see me like leave for a little bit and then come back, and see like what you all are doing, like once it's clear that you're kind of waiting for the room to clear out. If you're keeping watch, no, actually, I would, Tor would be happy to lend a hand with it. Though I don't have like dark vision or anything like that.
Me neither.
What do I do?
I get the super like slightly daybreaky hours of watching. This is way earlier than I want to be up.
You get
That's
the
the only
early-
time I'm
yeah.
helpful. So here
You
we
get
go.
the dawn hours.
You have a hawk though, right?
I do.
Is the hawk see at night?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. I get to cheat a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I figure you could watch with me because I have dark vision.
Oh, sure.
And I'll walk around the city with Valrune.
So perhaps
And I'll lend my signal whistle to anyone as you guys.
Oh, that's smart.
We'll trade it along as we do our watches.
If I have time before bed, we'll offer Hero Ritual to specifically first Tor, but if he declines, then anyone else who wants one. It's been a while.
Reading.
Yeah, it's been a while, Tor, but what do you say?
I'll hang out. We can talk. You can do whatever you want.
All right. So it's not
I'm
just
happy
us.
to spend time with you again.
They don't all do this in the north.
But you like, I'll clearly be happy to like hang out, but like
Yeah.
you know that this is just like,
Oh, we've done this before.
yeah, I'm just like, fine. You want to use your cards? Whatever.
Yeah, and you know, even though you know it does have some magical effect, you're still
Yeah.
just tolerating it.
Like I know that there's like physical benefit to it, and but like as you say it, you see me just like kind of like head shrugs down a little bit. Yeah, fine.
I totally know the drill. Think about one thing you wish to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
Focus your mind on it. And
You see me like stop for a second and think.
and so choose. This is how we basically the way you do this is you choose a skill that you can aid me with. And that's sort of how I'm framing the choose what you want to focus on. It doesn't have. It's not going to be like determine what benefit you get, but it's more like your aid check for it.
Gotcha. What I know, do I have to share?
No.
Stealth.
You roll for the aid check.
That's good.
28.
Oh, that's a crit.
Crit success.
So I will add a +2 to the result. That will be also a crit, I think. So 26, because the DC was what? 16 for one? Because it's a not more than the standard DC per level for the ritual. I think it's 16.
And the level of the ritual is
1. I'm only doing 1.
Okay. That would be 15.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so as you've sort of seen before at the beginning, draw a circle, mark a lot of runes, and then shuffle the card deck a few times, then the deck just starts shuffling itself and spinning around the room, and then let's see what you get. Okay.
The best one.
This is the worst one. Can I hero point that?
Yeah.
Hero point for anything.
Yes. Well,
It's only a D6 roll.
it has to be a D20 roll.
Okay, that's why I wanted to check.
Yeah.
It's still fine. And so at the end, you see a few cards come up.
As you put them down, I'm just gonna be like, boom.
Don't think I need to offer you an explanation. Totally. You know these well enough.
The bird, the horse, and the big circle. Yes. The horse chases bird around the circle.
Exactly.
Yes.
Metaphor for life.
Would you rather fight 15 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck in a big circle? Yes. I understand deeply.
Missed one thing. The horse is upside down. Makes the combat much easier.
But then its legs are all pointed at you. Slipping.
You might be right. Guess I need some sleep.
Or you could try alcohol one of these days. It helps you think.
Mine is a little too valuable to risk it on such a drink.
It's a delicate machine, yours. I'm more of the brutal stone mind. Can take a lot of beatings, but it still works okay.
You've grown. He starts saying grown, and then he looks down at you and he says, "You've matured." Matured.
I've grown plenty.
Well, I suppose I should get off to bed before my watch.
Yeah, fine. I'll see you in the morning. Good to see you again. I just give you a hug around around the waist.
And Tor will have some things, and he sort of looks. We'll have some things that we'll need to talk about later, but it can wait.
Yeah.
4 days.
He'll just walk off. Go to bed.
What do I get for my 6?
Uh,
Never found out. I care deeply. Does it go away at the end of the long rest?
Nope.
no, it lasts for a month.
I've still got. Yeah,
Or until you use it.
I've still got a star.
So it's the worst one, but you do get a crit. You get so basically what happens is it's all other checks, including flat checks. You can re-roll any flat check, whatever doesn't fall under the other ones. I'll let you know that, and then you re-roll and add a +4 to the re-roll. So like if you fail some sort of check, you can just choose to re-roll and add 4 to it. And I'm gonna keep track of that because I'm keeping track of everyone's since they're my fortunes. Yeah, because it's reflex, will, flat check. He hasn't done one yet.
Well, perhaps emboldened by knowing that someone's on watch, you all sleep well and soundly, and into a little later into the morning the next day, making sure everyone gets plenty of rest, unless any of you specifically want to get up really bright and early. Otherwise, you find yourself at Kellen's mercy once again as he proffers you ale and breakfast.
I humbly accept.
I'm not so humbly
I'll
accepted.
say that's
Does he have an extra room that I can sleep in?
Oh yeah, he is unwilling to kick out any of the merchants, but he convinces one of them to share his room. The rooms that these guys are staying in have 2 beds each, and the merchant was basically taking up a whole 2 beds by himself. So
Big dude.
he doesn't seem to be like antagonistic about it.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to be upset that he's sharing his room, but yeah.
he seems pissed.
Who's the merchant that I'm with?
Not the one that was sort of talking to the group the day before. This one seems to be really antsy and ready to leave town, but not very talkative.
Date.
Um,
Day 8.
do you guys have plans for this day?
Talk about bribing Yormil. And then maybe bribing Yormil. Potential
Just want
talking.
to kill the guy, and then had him disguised and be his vote. If only the meeting was today and not in 3 days.
I guess I want to get my scrolls, my 4 scrolls of True Strike.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 8. And then maybe I should just get more.
Well, I haven't decided yet whether I want to go across the ferry or go to the north, but I want to try and check on the progress of the army. I don't want to engage, but I want to try and see if I can see him.
Rex Johnson is bird too.
I don't have a bird.
He can see 4 times as far as you. So
Yeah.
And the bird.
And the bird.
Wait, does the bird have a tattoo?
The bird does not have a tattoo. I have a tattoo.
If you put a tattoo like his tattoo on your bird tattoo, does the bird get the tattoo?
Please stop.
Yeah, that's a simple question.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to
Tattooed bird.
yeah.
4x bird?
Forex the bird. Report him. I want to ask for 4 scrolls of Ghostly Carrier too. Why not? I'll add it. Commission some more scrolls, if possible.
So, before any of you leave the tavern, someone, probably after you guys are done eating, it's a little late into the morning at this point, someone pushes open the front door and stomps inside. And you can tell immediately that it's not a local because they're clearly wearing armor by the sound of it. And it does not, as you turn around, it does not look like a town guardsman. They pause in the frame of the door for a moment and look around. It's pretty empty in here. The tenants or the merchants and stuff haven't started drinking for the day yet, and most of the ones that have had breakfast are already here and back in their rooms or gone. So it's mostly just you and a couple of Kellen's family.
I will lock eyes with him while he looks around for sure.
So this woman that comes in,
With her.
she says, she pauses and looks around and says, "Where the fuck is everybody?" And before she gets an answer, she walks up to the bar and sort of like, and you can tell she's road weary and covered in dust from travel. Kellen, of course, immediately has good drink for her, but she sort of sighs and then like sits down and begins drinking.
Come from the east or the west? Guessing east.
You actually might have that answer already.
Oh, I'm so smart.
Because I think you would recognize how she's dressed. This woman, she's got long, straight black hair that's tied in a braid behind her head. She has a soldier's tunic on, blue and white of brindle, but she's wearing mail, and she has a golden lion on her chest, which is the...
You mentioned these guys.
yeah, they're
Lions
the...
of Brindle, right? Didn't you mention
Yeah,
that?
they're the Lions of Brindle. They are Jarmath's personal guard, basically.
There are like 15 of them, you said, or something like that? They're like pretty elite.
There are more than that, but there aren't a ton.
Yeah.
They're sort of the most reliable of the...
Human? Elf?
She's human. Yeah.
What type of guard is she? You say? Or
The Lions of Brindle.
But I mean,
Yeah.
like, do they defend the Lord? Do they defend the townspeople?
They're
They're
15 to 20 elite guards for the king.
Ah,
yeah. They are Jarmath's team, basically. But she nods and says, "It's true. I ride in service of Brindle." And then she looks at Kellen and says, "Your speaker, where is he? I need to speak with him. I have news."
We'll take you.
She's a speaker, too.
Of course.
Uh,
You speak with the speaker.
She sort of raises an eyebrow and says, "Who are you?"
That's who you speak to.
Debian, both here.
who are
Lord
we?
Jarmath dispatched. Thank you. Your lord dispatched us to this town as well.
Interesting. Well, perhaps after a fashion. I was hoping he'd come to me. I could use a sit down and a couple more drinks, but why are you here then?
Wait till you hear about the week we've had.
I'd say sit down, but you already are.
Yeah, no, I basically just like, you know, make sure she's got food and drink, and then we'll just unload the last 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Probably before you get too far into it, Whiston does show up. And she sort of pauses. She's not rude, but she makes it clear that this is her priority. So she like stops you and
Wow.
and says,
I'd like to get up and just like wait outside the inn door, really crack, just listening.
if you get up, she stops you.
Oh.
She says, "You can stay."
Sit down.
And so she says, "This won't take long," and says, she looks at Whiston and says, I bring word from the Lord of Brindle. He sends news of creatures, monsters, north of the city. I was part of a patrol sweeping the Old Rest Trail, and as we had heard reports of hobgoblin activity. 5 days ago, we ran into, let's say, very organized activity. They had created a roadblock. Hobgoblins, sure, but also ogres, a good number of them. They were not only waylaying travelers, but they were keeping them for... They were stealing their goods and keeping them for food. It was quite a mess, let's say. And we were not in great enough numbers to defeat them. So we had to retreat. My captain sent several of us riding to warn folks across the Vale, not to travel north and not to cross the Elsier. Consider yourself warned. And Whiston looks like he genuinely looked like he was ready for good news, and he looks absolutely crestfallen. And she waits a moment for him to say something, and then shrugs and then looks back at you to continue your story.
I'll just, before he
think you're
continues,
going to be our new favorite person. We've been trying to convince them of the magnitude of the threat for days.
They won't even hold a council meeting to have everyone agree to leave, even though the army approaches.
She sighs and says, "You heard me say my captain sent me here?"
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, even Jarmath does not believe how bad it is. We took this upon our own...
How many skulls does he need to see?
We have 15. We can send him your way.
We took this on our... We took this undertaking of our own volition.
seems like that's the only way anything gets done in these freaking parts.
She makes a sidelong glance at Whiston, and when she says that, but she doesn't put any more salt in the wound. But she listens to the rest of what you have to say. She eats well. She drinks more ale than you'd expect her to without like slurring her words, and then after that, she doesn't look surprised. She doesn't look concerned. She just looks like really serious. And and she says, I can bring the news to Brindle if you'd like. I'm heading back immediately.
Do you think Brindle will be open to accepting refugees?
I think you should not ask them. I think you should send them.
Well,
I think given the choice, Jarmath would say no. But with them on his doorstep, he would not be willing to upset the populace by turning them away.
yeah, good.
There is space.
Good.
We could empty some of the barracks if necessary, and we have stores within the walls if need be.
Are you sending? You're sending these people like you all over the Vale. You said, including Doth, places like that.
Doth is small. I doubt we're sending anyone there, but Denevar surely,
Sure.
and all of the towns on the Elsyr.
Sure.
Why do you ask?
I have contacts in Doth that I would like to be informed of what's coming, and I'd like to send a letter in that direction.
How quickly would you like me to bring this message to Brindle? I could go to Doth first if you'd like.
Well,
It's definitely less of a straight line if they go through the but they'll get there.
It's actually not that far. I mean, instead of going this way, it's this way.
The problem is less the distance and more the Dwarf Road.
The lack of the.
The lack of the
I mean, even
doorway.
if you can find someone, a courier that was willing to take the letter on your way, that would be fine as well.
How important is it that it arrive?
The more people that know, the better. The more people that are preparing for what's to come, the better. How big is Doth compared out of character? How big is Doth compared to Brindle's or to the ferry?
Drone's very.
Brindle's ferry.
Oh, it's probably like a quarter
Quarter
that
size?
size, maybe smaller.
I mean, yeah. I mean, how important are
300 people.
300 people? How important are the militia they could put to arms to aid in our defense?
Oh, probably insignificant. Unless you know something I don't, but
Commission her to find a rider when she
Yeah.
reaches town.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, just get a rider to go. It doesn't have to be someone as important as you, but well,
Do we show her?
Are you familiar with the commune? What would you say?
Do we
Show her
show
the
her?
map.
Oh,
we should show
yeah,
her
we should
the
show her that,
map.
absolutely.
Yeah, the war map.
But are you familiar with the commune to the south of Doth?
I've heard of it.
I'm a part of that, and I just want them to be aware. I feel it's a responsibility of mine.
But as I go to pull this out, I'm gonna find a way that's not like horrendously awkward, but I want to like bump into this person, like literally just make physical contact with them in some way, shape, or form to make sure that they seem kosher.
Get him a new beer and get
She, does you bump into her? If you make it look like an accident, she will accost you. Like she will say, "Get away from me," or like sit down, or something like that. It's clear that she is quite with it.
Yeah, no, I could just make a crappy attempt to like, I don't know, oh, my foot got stuck when I tried to get up from my seat to go to the bathroom or something, but
Oh yeah, so she might say like, "Watch your cups" or something like that. But
apologies. I know that I can make myself look like a different person, and this seems exactly like the person that we're all just immediately talking to and spilling our guts to. So like, you know what? Before we show the map that we know that we have that's important, just
Yeah.
do a little sanity check there.
do you want to do anything else?
I don't know that I have like another.
do an insight check.
Seeing him do that, am I able to do? Is there anything like an insight check?
It's based on perception.
Yeah, you could do a perception check. You just tell me what you're looking for.
Yeah, so I'm not necessarily familiar enough with the area to know particular details, but maybe just looking to see if they seem to be genuinely trying to do some good here, or if they look like they're if they have like kind of ulterior motives.
Oh yeah. So it seems as though she is well trained and utterly focused despite the ale. Like, she has not lost an inch of her edge. And you suspect that she would probably even give Serana a run for her money based on her sort of equipment and the way she holds herself. So you don't see anything untoward. Just, she's very much taking this seriously.
Yeah, I like to use Aura Sight and just know if when she introduces she's presenting herself as a messenger of Lord of. I want to see if she's being deceptive when she says that.
Remind me again. Is it just yes or no, or do you roll?
It's a secret occultism check.
It's occultism.
Against the target's deception if they're being deceptive.
Yeah. Okay. You are completely convinced that there is not a shred of deception happening here.
Did you roll natural 1 or natural 20?
And Tor, similarly, you get the sense that there's no deception here. But you also get the further sense that the way she carries herself, the way she sits, she is sort of a very practiced soldier.
Okay, so then I guess the last thing I'll do before I actually bust out this map then is use detect magic.
Okay.
Which I can just do innately because I have a feat for that, so I don't have to like do it in a super obvious fashion.
Does it have any components?
Just deadpan
Just start singing a song. Definitely not some bad components.
A monster with the innate ability to cast spells has the innate spellcasting special trait. Unless otherwise noted.
6 times.
Innate spellcasting is a trait that allows a creature to cast spells without using spell components.
So you still gotta give them.
I would.
Humalaya.
Yeah, I would assume spell components are like material.
Yeah, I would think so too.
It's like innate spell casting, you're probably not using like locust wings to cast it. You still might have to like wiggle your nose.
That's fair.
He uses his feet.
Wiggle his
toes.
Toes nose.
So, are you trying to hide it? Do you not want her to know you're casting a spell?
I mean, I would like it to be as subtle as I can reasonably manage, but I don't know exactly what goes into it, and
I assume
know
it's
what
just
the-
somatic and verbal. I assume that it's the same as the normal cantrip.
Air.
Oh, actually,
Just like vaguely curious.
Oh, it's extremely good.
Actually, the new version only has manipulate, so maybe it's just a somatic component.
Yeah.
So it would be fairly subtle as far as spells go.
Okay, yeah. Then so as I like, I don't know, dig through my sleeve or something like that, if I could just do a ping, because I mean I'm also aware of the fact that if it's a really good illusion spell, I won't be able to tell if there is something, but at the same time, still just whatever.
You definitely detect magic on this woman.
Okay.
Do you know more than just a presence, or is it?
Presence or absence. I learned the rank or level of the most powerful magical effect that the spell detects, as determined by you.
Wait, what spell is this?
Detect magic.
Oh, heightened
But it's
though.
automatically heightened because
Yeah.
I'm doing it innately, or because of the arcane sense skill feat.
Okay. The level.
Rank or level. Which admittedly could be something of ours too.
But you can choose to ignore all of yours, I believe. I'm almost positive you can do that.
Oh yeah, you can choose to ignore magic you're fully aware of, such as the magic items and ongoing spells of you and your allies. So I guess it would be Tor's stuff and hers.
Well, you could choose to ignore Tor stuff
I
too.
could, but I haven't seen what's magical about him yet, so I probably
Oh.
wouldn't, if I'm being entirely honest.
But if in this moment you're like trying to figure out what's going on with this person,
Yeah, that's
you're
fair.
probably not like.
What's Tor got
Oh, ask
in
Tor,
his
yeah.
pockets? Yeah.
What's it got in its pockets?
Just 10 rings of invisibility.
I think it's level 2.
How big could it? How big could it be?
Okay.
Sorry, no, level 4.
Oh, okay. I take back what I said.
Killer.
Damn. Okay.
Probably just magic counters.
Couldn't that just be a
Just could be something.
+1 striking weapon?
Yes.
Yes. Or
Or maybe +1 armor?
Disguise self, cast at 4th level.
I guess.
Disguise self cast at 9th level.
Disguise self at 4th.
okay.
Can
I am
it,
satisfied.
can detect magic detect things that are higher level than the spell?
It can detect regular magic, yes. Illusion is where there becomes you only detect magic if the magic's effect has a lower rank than the rank of your detect magic.
So she did cast this guy's self at 9th level. We're just
She's got me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, they already know about the map. If they,
That was my
That's
kind
true.
of thinking too. If they're
Yeah.
if they're part of the army,
I think they
we're
were-
showing them the war plan that they are a part
The
of.
fake war plan.
Yeah. Show her the
We
war
found
plan.
this west of Drellin's Ferry up here. This old keep.
She immediately looks north of
And see Sarpent.
Brindle to see if there's anything up there.
Ha.
Any?
Mercy. Ha. No. Ah.
Have you seen or heard anything that would indicate why they would blockade the road north?
From other notes we encountered in that keep, this name up here near the ruins of old Restalor. Sarvith is one of the Hobgoblin High Command.
Oh. Do you think there's an army amassing there as well?
Would not surprise me.
I don't know of anything that's there. Apart from the old capital, but there's nothing of value.
Well, they're definitely up to no good. And they're in league with devils and dragons, so...
The most obvious thing I can think of is they don't want us to escape to the north, but
Why are they posted up there?
Somewhere no one will check.
they
They
either
would go into an abandoned old capital. Easy to hide whatever they're doing.
it's that too. Runar has a theory about their interests in the old capital.
I find this highly disturbing.
Whole damn thing's
As
disturbing.
do we.
She
We have
They don't.
slain.
I point on Weston.
We have slain one of this Hobgoblin High Command. Koth.
she points at the. Is it on the map?
Koth's base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. She points at it. And this is the bridge you described. This one here,
Skullgorge. Or
the one that's fallen.
We just
Yeah.
started, yeah.
Interesting.
We think we buy ourselves an extra 2 days.
And how long until Brindle is reached?
Day 35.
So with your efforts, perhaps a month.
Perhaps. It seems that if they had the full army at their disposal, or in the north, they wouldn't need to wait for the western forces to join them to take Brindle. So it seems as if you would be safe until then, unless this is just simply the Western Army's timeline, not the entire timeline.
Well, perhaps it matters little. I suspect I will return to Brindle and find that Jarmath has decided to play defense. I doubt he will even send any of us to destroy the blockades, instead preferring to hide in the Vale. So please, if you do head north, beware.
Thank you for the warning.
And as for the mess you've been dealing with over here, please continue to send word to Brindle if possible.
We're doing our best, but most of the people that would be heading towards Brindle come from the west, and no one's coming from the west right now. Be very little in the way of messengers going east at the moment.
I suspect that will change soon.
I would agree. Do you have time to leave you with a message to forward to Doth when you pass nearby?
She pulls from her bag, her sort of sling, a quill and parchment, and sets it in front of you, and she says, "I need to purchase a fresh horse. As long as it's done by the time I'm back, I'll do what I can."
I get to writing, hopefully for next session.
Can we make would it be pretty fast to make a copy of that?
The map.
The map?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay.
Now she might sketch something really brief, like with charcoal on some parchment.
Yeah.
But it would be tough to do a real copy. I mean, she wants to leave literally right now, so.
Hypothetically, if someone were to get some paper, or draw a bunch of black lines on this, then draw some red lines over it, how long would that take, Zach?
Gosh, I couldn't even tell you anymore. It took a while.
I think you're acutely
Yeah.
an expert.
I might have some experience. I don't know.
Though she wouldn't have to draw it to scale.
True.
She would need notes of this location, this day, but she knows where they're.
That's true. She knows the map.
Yeah. True. Well,
Yeah, we could transfer to Cliff Notes. I mean, even if it was literally just in order and all of the various words that were written on here and where they were by.
Checklist style.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's enough parchment that you could tear off a small piece and write that down. Unless you have a novel you want to write.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I basically just want to give some instructions and some warnings.
Well, in that case, she returns pretty quickly, and sort of collects her things, and sort of looks at the rest of you and says, "Is there anything else?"
What was your name again? Did we ask that earlier?
No.
No, and you only heard her tell her name, Tiana, to Whiston. She didn't actually introduce herself to you.
Is that T-E Anna, or is that...
I think it's T-E-Y.
Yes, it was a wide on 9. How many N's?
I think it's just one.
Let's go.
I got...
Yeah, Tiana. That's exactly it.
Let's
Rob.
go.
And what I would probably be aware of the captain of the Lions of Brindle.
I think you absolutely would know the captain. The captain's name is...
I know as well.
Yes. I think anyone who, like you, who have like actually taken any sort of direction from Jarmath would have probably met them in person more than once.
Sure.
His name is Lars Olverth, captain of the Lion Guard.
I'm assuming she is not mechanically damaged, but I would,
No.
do what, whatever might be helpful to an exhausted person to just like give her some healing of her travel woes.
Yeah, I think
Like,
that makes sense.
I figure if I can heal hit points, I can heal like saddle sores.
Yeah.
Sore feet or something, yeah. I think that's fine. She thanks all of you, and in a moment of sort of like lifting the veil a bit, says, "Good luck. Please be careful."
Same to you and yours.
And then she's out, and you can hear, like, she literally, you can hear her jump on the horse outside of the building and just gallop away. Yeah.
Breakneck speed.
She does say as she leaves, she says, "My horse is exhausted, but healthy. Feel free to take it. It's in the it's stabled."
Yeah. It's a new horse for you to burn.
No.
Fireball.
For the purposes of our sort of transition into next session, we can absolutely assume that you collect your scrolls today and put in an order for something else.
I don't remember how much all the scroll time takes.
It's going to be a day for a set of scrolls, which could be 1 scroll or 4, or up to 4.
Okay.
So it takes
Then I
the
guess
same amount of
dark
time.
vision tomorrow, if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else we want to have, like, make an assumption for?
I'm gonna write that letter for next session. See, like, what would I write?
Yes. Yep.
Just do it right now.
Okay.
And I think, at least my thought is that we would probably, or I think Rex mentioned it, start to, I guess head north to where the crossing is at least, and I don't know, post up for the day, like maybe travel beyond it a little bit, see if we can scout out how close they are.
Okay. Well, that's as good a place to stop for the evening as any, unless you would all prefer to continue, but it is midnight, so...
Yeah, Zach. Some of us have to work.
I don't have to work tomorrow. I realize I did have to think about that for a second. Like, no, it's not really fair, is it? Excellent. All right, we will regroup next week and go from there.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Cool.
You are not.